Alright then, let's get started with some more Silent Hill 2. Get the music off. Obviously I haven't left anything incriminating showing. I mean, not on stream, because that's just from my desktop and I'm playing the PlayStation 2 anyway. Yeah, and we get the startup sound. I think I'm getting all of it. The startup sound. So, right, we're in the hospital. I don't believe we got like a nightmare world yet. That's even a thing in Silent Hill 2. I guess we'll figure it out eventually, just by playing. I honestly, I can't wait to get rid of this woman following me. I hope this is not going to be a case where like she just keeps following me throughout the entire game, because I'm not getting along with her, I would say. There's quite a bit of stuff that I can't really do when she's following me. I can't like just run away from enemies. Oh, I picked up some shotgun shells somewhere. Oh, okay. So the boxes for the bullets and the shells are almost identical. Yes, good part is that at least I don't have to rethink what I am looking for. I can't tell that I'm picking up before I'm picking it up either though. I mean, not that it's gonna make a difference. I'll just pick up all the... I'll just be picking up all the boxes I find anyway. Right, so we got that number right at the end of the last stream. Let me just double check the map. I should let me... just make a screenshot of that. I don't have to open this up all the time. But that's specifically for the third floor patient wing. Okay. I mean, I could also just write it down myself, but why write it down when I can just screenshot it? Because I mean, it's not like it's not like that's something I'm gonna have to refer back to like 10 hours from now. Hello, that rep. How are you doing? Head in the house. Sheep head in the house. Dorito head in the house. I'm at... Oh, pyramid head in the house. Okay, yeah, that... Okay, I think I got it. It took me a little while to figure that one out. Yeah, it's close enough. I was just taking it a little bit too literally. Yeah, it's just locked. Interesting. Can't even interact with the pad there. That's interesting. I thought maybe I could at least interact with it, but that probably means it's gonna be unlocked from the inside. Yeah, we could go into the patient room on the second floor. Interesting. I think I'll start exploring the second floor a bit, and then head up and unlock the third floor. Right. I don't think they're back. I guess that might be because I picked something up. I picked up the code or something like that. Actually, in this case, I probably could have just skipped in, ran into the door here. Because you just yeah, the lady just follow me in. Like, quite far away. Radio's making some noise, but it's very low. Anything in the cupboards? Nothing interesting. Oh, typewriter! Finally, we can actually save. And we got the ink ribbon. Typewriter here, I got no use for this. Wait a minute, what's this? A sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I still read the imprint left on it. I know the number of the box. I know the number of the box 2479. It can't help me anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am. Someone doesn't have a good time. That's the second reference to like a box I found here. Does this start scrolling eventually? It's really the patient record of the doctor. I think it was a doctor's journal. No, it was the patient. Oh no, I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. That doesn't particularly help me. I mean, it just says that the box is important as a key for it somewhere. It's only one of them. Should be safe. You can combine it. Oh, okay. That might not be what you need to do. The turn get to me. Come on, come here. Just gonna hurt you. Don't worry about. Don't worry about. There we go. Just a little bit of white noise induced rage. Absolutely nothing to worry about. Looks like the lock is broken. I can't open. It's just a fucking padlock there. I could easily find something to break that open with. Hello, Blackbird. How are you doing? Welcome in. Blizzard Entertainment stopped offering dental benefits. All their employees are way too afraid to open their mouth. And I'm really liking like the power attack with this weapon, just being able to stand there and smash down the hard smash down. The fact that it also gets them while they're on the ground makes it pretty good for taking care of enemies. Okay, the lapis key. I have no idea what. It's another key. I have no idea what to use it for still, but sure it'll have a use. Just double check the map. There's just a bunch of patient rooms there to check out. I can check if we can get into the elevator. I mean, the elevator's off, so I'm guessing we can't get in there. We might be able to get into stairwell. Oh, well, huh? I am a little worried there might be another one behind me, getting ready to attack that lady. Okay, good. Yeah, not really a whole lot I could... Like, if there was another one there, there's not really a whole lot I could have done about that. Since, fuck was she called? She had a name. It wasn't the same as our wife, but it was similar. Maria, right. Yeah, Maria just refused to defend herself and just get destroyed. So I would think it would be a golden opportunity to just, lock yourself in a room or something to follow me around, but apparently not. Oh, stay down there, it's not time for kills yet. Here we go. Good nurse, taking her own medicine. Actually, a good nurse probably shouldn't be taking the medicine she's handing out. Would probably be a bad idea. This will mostly be just medicine in these side rooms. Just going to continue this way. Wonderful. It's locked. Interesting. Yeah, that's locked. So I'm assuming I need to get into the third floor, and then I can take the staircase onto the first floor. I already got the code into the top floor. It does feel a little bit weird that she apparently just walked past the nurse with absolutely no problem. Hello, Dontelio. Don't mind me just absolutely destroying this poor nurse here. Yeah, they're a little bit... They're having a bit of a breakdown from all the stress of dealing with COVID. Just give me a good old nap. Nothing to worry about there. That was everything on this floor. Oh, right, there's a door into the day room. Let's check if that's open. I played the first game a couple of years ago. I mean, I did play I played the PlayStation 1 Classic version, PlayStation 3. Yes, that's just not there. And I did buy this game fairly shortly after completing Silent Hill 1 because I really enjoyed it. But I wanted to play it on original hardware because apparently at least from what I read, PlayStation 2 emulation isn't particularly good. Or at least it has a lot of issues. It just takes me a while to get a streaming solution for retro consoles that I'm happy with. Show the code from here, or do I have to go into the menu to remember it? Okay. 7 3 3, 5. I've been in every other door up here as well, right? No, I haven't been to the special treatment room. We need a key for that. Pretty sure I don't have it. Hmm. Not sure how the combining system works in this game entirely. Guess I didn't do it. Just jamming random things together isn't gonna work out, huh? Could have possibly thought. I don't think the lapis key will work here. Nah. Maybe I can make some lockpicks out of that needle thing, but I guess you need more parts if you want to make some kind of lockpick. There's a lot of them down there. The second one's your favorite? Which ones have you played then? So I got Silent Hill 3 ready to go as well. I still have to get a hold of 4. So I didn't see much. It's just 4 fairly readily available, so I just didn't see a reason to buy it. I hadn't even played 2 yet. I might buy 4 soon. Last night I was drunk and told yourself you need to stop drinking. Then I went into the fridge and next day and got a beer because I'm not going to listen to freaking drunk. Drunks with all the worst ideas. Really can't be trusted. Oh, actually cutscene. Okay, Maria need to have a sit down. Okay, are you feeling good? We need a break. I don't mind you just waiting here.
James.
I'll come back and get you later.
Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay, like, at least maybe if I can leave her somewhere. Like, this is a completely fucking room that's not even lockable. Why would you leave her here, of all places? Sick. Yeah, no, I'll go up and explore the roof straight away. I got the key for it. I might well go up there because I because the main thing about the roof, as far as I can tell, is that I'll be able to enable the elevator. Turn the power to the elevator back on. So I need to go back down to the 3rd floor anyway, to be able to use the elevator after turning it off. Turning it on. There's been several good rooms that she could have waited in. I don't get why they waited until there. And I guess that's one of the few required rooms to get in. This looks like it's gonna be a fight there. Proper fight. So I got a bit of guns for got a bit of ammunition for a shotgun as well. I don't know if there's any of the other rooms with beds, like, or really any of the other rooms I got into having required. That many at least. Oh, diary. Nice. There will be absolutely nothing weird about this one. May 9th, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here, nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. 10th, still raining. Talked to the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. 11th, rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can't it really be such a sin to run instead of fighting? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. Just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released. That I got to go home. Sorry, it ends there. No more entries. Good question. Yeah, what? Okay, I do like when video game characters react to the same like oddities that I'm doing. Or that I'm reacting like, why would it be up here? Oh! It's fuckhead again. Ow! It's not only is he a sexy boy, it's a sneaky boy as well. Oh, okay. So we just took a tumble from the roof of a 4-story building. I also took a bit of damage there. Actually quite a bit of damage. I'm curious if you're low enough health for some reason when you go up there, like would you just die? Now it's unlocked. What? Oh. Okay. We shouldn't be exploring this place without either healing or saving first. Oh. Nice little padded cell. Someone spilled the tomato juice in the corner though. Should get that cleaned up. Alright, that's what they mean by special treatment, right. So I mean, I kind of feel like I need to go back up there anyway. Is the only save point down on the first floor? I think it is. Sounds like the game's gonna auto heal me, so I might as well use some of these. Will he be coming down the stairwell now? He's not waiting. He's not camping the door. At least that's a good start. I was thinking, like, is it looking more run down than usual? But no, I think it's about the same. Do. Oh, there we go. Only said 23 times. That's quite a lot thanks to unlimited saves. Right, let's check if he's still camping at the top floor. If he is, I don't know what I can do. I could go and explore on the third floor a bit more. But I have a feeling I need to get the elevators running at some point somehow. No, he seems to have fucked off in the meantime. Okay. No commentary on how. Can't believe. Oh, it's looks broken. Oh. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I guess I just assumed I would need to use the elevators running somehow. I guess I don't then, huh? I guess I just assumed I had to get up there. So just check this in the. Oh, so I guess since you don't need to get in there anyway, or at least inside it's locked, I guess maybe we can avoid that being pushed down there at all and just save some healing. Once you know what you're doing. How far do we? Right, so should be safe to go back to the stick now. I think this one where I left Maria in. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave her alone. And hope she doesn't wake up and starts following me. I was trying to look at the green stuff on the ground. Oh, okay, there's something inside. You can't get your hand inside to use it. Narrow tool of some kind. I'm pretty sure this is gonna require the use of the bent needle we found. I feel like we're gonna need something else as well. Yeah, it isn't long enough. Yeah, so I figured This combination doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Yep, that's what I figured. I'm just gonna make sure. Unless they have weird combinations. I feel like maybe you could like hook the bent needle onto the key and reach down that way, but I feel like it's like some thread or something. What a nurse we got there. I don't trust that. Yeah, I don't trust that blind corner right there. I do not trust that corner at all. As I say, run right into the corner and take care of the thing that I just dropped. I must admit, I kind of forgot. I switched to the gun. I kind of forgot the fact that I had to run up to finish them, run up and kick the enemy to finish them off. Double checking that I haven't missed a room. Wonderful. Oh, save point up here. Nice. I mean, I pretty much just haven't done anything. I won't bother saving yet. Just importing into the rooms. Oh yeah, this power swing does a lot of damage, huh? Well, it is, at least with these regular enemies, it is a lot more effective to actually just run over and kick them. So that's like only one action. That's where I was just at. But with the nurses, I feel it's better to just keep hitting. It tends to be like multiple of them, and you need to hit them. You need to kick them while they're down multiple times as well. So you might as well just keep swinging the weapon at their heads. Okay. That's definitely a thing. Louis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. Guess in 4 keys. I'm guessing. Oh. That's a lot of stuff, huh? Okay. That is a lot of stuff. Now we found... I'm guessing I can use one of the keys here. Hello, Mapman. Yep, Spoopy Hill 2 indeed. Should open up parts of it. Did I pick up another key as well? Let's open the main lock. Wonderful. So we got a, I think I found a key as well. So that's 4 out of... That's 3 out of 4. Two, 4, 7, 9. Not sure which of the keys, which of the locks that is for. And I think I'm missing the last code. Yeah, how are you doing, Mapman? Welcome in. That's where. Ow! That's where I got the key. That's where I got the code from. Diary. I don't think the code. I don't think there was any codes here. So I'm still missing one code from somewhere in the hospital. 2, 4, 7, 9. Nice, which means it's only unless it can't be using the same one, right? Four, 7, 9. No. Okay. It would have been weird if those two had the same code, but can't be too sure. Still got a good amount of rooms left to just poke into here, though. Let's see, but I'm actually at the end of the corridor, huh? That's cover. There's a cover over the elevator scroll button. Oh, and that's locked. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. The only place I haven't gone into that I can get into is, I mean, the elevator eventually, and the first floor patient wing. Both those I can, plus of course the basement. Wait, how would we get into the basement actually? Other than the main wing, and all the elevators in the main wing are locked. Can maybe like crawl through the at the bottom into the basement, perhaps? If I remember correctly, the stairwell was locked off there. There might also be some. There was one room that was open in the special treatment room. No, it doesn't. Can't interact with anything there. Hmm. So how the fuck do you get into the basement then? So either I have missed something, which is very possible, because like a couple of the journals and stuff in this hospital. Oh, that's the roof access. Whoops. Or too much. A couple of the journals and stuff in this hospital has been pretty well. Well, I mean, they haven't really been hidden. They just like been lying on a desk and not been very obvious at all. Might have to just go back through. back through all of the rooms that I've been through. There's something written. Ah, there's something written on the wall there. I thought it was part of the texture. 3398? Turn the numbers, but don't forget them. So I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. It did feel a little bit weird that there was nothing in that room other than, you know, blood splatter and just like, oh yeah, they had salty rooms, they had padded rooms here. Wait for that to just be an complete empty room. Of course it wasn't, I just didn't notice the clue the first time. He mentioned his secret name. I think that is the code for the other part, for like the electronic padlock that I opened up, which is was somewhere else. Let's see. 3. There we go. Is that just his hair? I mean, I know what to do with it, but it's pretty fucking weird. Can I just use that to come? I guess I need to be next to the drain to combine them. Just pop in, I think it was this room. Yeah, we're just gonna use this rusted needle and some random hair we found to progress the game. I mean, just like you do in every game, right? I have to say, I refuse to believe that this is the most sensible way that was the most sensible thing I could find to combine with the rusty needle to get that key out. Sorry, my end. I would not have trusted the hairs to hold. Yeah. I feel like you could have like taken something from his jacket or like ripped off a small piece of his jacket or something and combined it. Like if you took like that, I don't know what you call them, like the shoulder pads or whatever you call them. They're on like the top of the shoulder here that you meant to like put like the military rank on. Like, you could have like ripped off one of those and hooked the needle into that. That would have made more sense. Wait. Yeah, okay. Let's go on the first floor where we haven't been yet. I guess Laura could have run into the first one and locked the door behind her. So like, how the hell is she getting... Like, if I have to go through all of this shit to get into the first floor, how the hell did she get down here, right? She probably just... She's always been a problem child, so she probably locked the door behind her. Okay, I think the game is trying to tell me, hey, you should probably start using the shotgun now. taking up quite a lot of ammunition for it as well. Just looking at. That's another bit of ammunition over there. As long as the nurses are so. Like if I get attacked by 2 nurses, I'll probably switch over to the gun. For single nurses, or nurses that are quite far away from each other, steel pipe is working wonders. Quite a bit of loading there. Ah, found the problem child. She's eating a human body. He's not beating a human body. Oh, he's playing with teddy bears. Have we hidden any more needles in those?
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already...
Already dead?
I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid.
Dude, this
There are
entire
all sorts of strange
this
things
entire
around
town
here.
isn't
I
a
can't
fucking
believe you
place for
haven't gotten a
kids.
scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait, there's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's like, all like, oh yeah, of course we gotta go to get that.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Oh, she's gonna lock me in there, isn't she?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right?
I knew he was a little problem child.
Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Please? Mary?
Laura?
Okay, I guess...
No, I don't think saying Laura in an angry voice is the magic word.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
A bit more I like, can I? Could open up here? I think it's time to use the handgun here a bit. Okay, I need to actually count my bullets here so I don't accidentally reload. That means he's standing still for a long time. If I go into the menu, I can... Shaman can just shoot here. It takes a long time. I think I got one of... Yeah, I think I got one of them. Really? There's more of them? It's pretty fucking slow. Not entirely sure if this was another one where I have to actually kill them. I mean, at least they were killable this time. Or if this was another one where I just had to wait. Right, the ear sign thing. It was like a sign to entering the other world in the first game, wasn't it?
James. James. James.
Yeah, definitely going through the other world there. Took a lot of bullets. Did we just go out? I mean, this definitely looks like the garden. But look at that. I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a spoiler, but yeah, look at that. All the doors that were previously marked, no longer marked. Oh, these are interesting. Oh, okay, right. It's a separate set of maps for the other world. Okay. A bit of a spoiler to get that from the map, almost, I feel like, but... Oh well. I mean, the intro already, or like the little cutscene already showed us that you were going to like a different place. Yeah, I think that is worth saving for. Still just goes to the hospital. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Okay, this works straight. Just works straight away. Interesting. I can't just leave. I have to actually choose a floor. I haven't particularly. Let's head up to the third floor. I'm pretty sure it's just not gonna be there, but let's just head up to the first floor and check if Maria, yeah, if Maria's still there. little problematic because I have 2 nurses come at me there. Just turning off my light to try to avoid attracting attention of the second one. Oh! I'm supposed to get a hit him! Tricksy, tricksy little nurse. Drop anything? No, I should just looking at their body, right. Take one more. So it's always important to make sure that your monsters are all softened up properly. Taking a bit of damage, huh? Control the vibrating. I do really like this idea of having like the controller vibrating when you're on low health. Like I get why some games like the old games can't do that. Like the old ones couldn't do it, and once I got into newer consoles where you actually could vibrate, it was kind of tradition to have the beeping. But I much prefer to have like a bit of a heartbeat vibration in the controller than to have an annoying sound. Oh, right, probably put light on. She's an angel, no one knows. She's an angel no one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They can't walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike she saves. She saves me, she's an angel. I feel like I could have used some proper... That's definitely... Oh, that's right. An ampule. I keep forgetting that you can't... Well, actually I'm more hurt than I thought, huh? I keep forgetting that you can't pick things up if you don't have the light on most of the time. Is that powerful? Sure. I feel that's just a full heal. What's this one again? Right. Box. Actually, that was a scribble on the wall, wasn't it? Mold? Is that like an? Oh, that's just an actual painting. Is like a painting in the mold that's formed on a wall? Yeah, it is just like a proper painting. Oh yeah, I think it's like meant to be like an actual painting. Okay, so painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticking out. I can't take it. We can take your hand. I'm guessing that's the lady of the bridge Note was talking about. Empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Oh, the breathing. Oof. like that breathing noise at all. Is there not a door here? Okay, I guess it's just built over somehow. Camera wasn't cooperating. Guess we just doing our best there. They were not thinking about the reach of this attack, of this weapon, huh? Oh, one there, huh? Thank you for finally doing the attack I wanted to do. How much damage? Still doing still pretty good condition. Isn't the buttons, but the elevator doesn't. I bet the elevator control room isn't blocked off in this world. The storeroom and the treatment room before we head into the stairwell. Oh, hello. Don't mind if I do. Seems to be giving me about to say. Seems to be handing out both shotgun and handgun ammunition. We're going to be a bit smart and can't get in there anymore. So you're probably meant to be a bit smart and try to step a bit, like use the handgun when there's like a signal one, shotgun there's crowds, something like that. Oh, you can save in the stairwell. Yeah, sure, I don't mind. I've been doing quite a bit of stuff, huh? Right, there's the elevator. Right. Let's just check the roof. I can kind of skip that on a lot of the first floor. Not sure that's like such a great idea, actually. Oh. Broken. Is there a basement in this world? The basement's open now. Yeah, why not? I haven't been in the basement yet. Let's have a look. Oh, that was not the basement, was it? Yeah, that was actually second floor. Okay. Okay, staircase is not all. Okay, yeah. Okay. It does keep going down. Wonderful. Okay, that was a thing. Right, creepy noise and locked door. That's a good excuse to just leave this place the fuck alone. Don't think I could get out on the second floor of this stairwell. So I guess you might actually need to go back up and take the elevator down here to the second or the first floor. Oh, okay. Why do I have a feeling that the storeroom key is somewhere on the part of the first floor that I didn't check yet? Just take a nice little jump and a skip and a hop. And fight the camera boss again as usual. I was thinking suspicion that one of these days, like, Pyramid Head is just gonna be inside the elevator. Because I keep almost calling Pyramid Head Pinhead. Despite not really having watched much of Helltaker? No. What's the movie that Pinhead is in again? Pinhead. Hellraiser, right. What? I knew it was Hell something. Wait. So all the doors in the other area part? Yeah, those are all blocked off, okay. So I feel like I have to. I feel like the way they're doing the map, like I'm not. One thing I'm starting to appreciate about the way they're doing the map is that it makes each environment feels a lot larger. Because you can look at the map and see that the doors that you come across are in sensible locations. But you don't have to model it, because they'll have the map and it'll be like right here with C4, like, normally that would just be like a door there, and you just be like, okay, yeah, I guess there's a random door on the fucking wall. But you have no idea what's behind there. And when they give you the map and shows like, yeah, this is actually laid out somewhat sensibly, you just can't get to it. It gives it a good feeling of the place I think it makes, like, one is that it shows you that, yeah, the place is actually laid out in a sensible way, like a real building would be, without having to actually, make all of it. This makes it feel larger than like the actual model is. The actual explorable area is. I just have to say, the heavy attack with the pipe almost feels like cheating. Because, I mean, it's basically turn any... What's that noise? Basically turn any encounter with only one nurse into a non-issue. I can just stand in place and hold down the button. Something in the next room and causing trouble, huh? Wonderful. better at doing the heavy attacks. I'm not sure if it's just that, like my muscle memory is getting confused, like how I need to press the button, or like maybe like the button is loosening up a little bit. Definitely yesterday I had a really hard time doing it. Is he just looking at the body, or is there some a spool's there? And I really do like having the character look at stuff you can interact with in an environment. I feel like it's a good way to show you that. I think there's a much better way than having like just like a light flick, like a light shining off an object or something like that. Because like it's a clear sign that yeah, there's something in the room, but it also means that like you do have to pay attention to the character set and see if it's looking somewhere. I guess take the elevator to the second floor then? One elevator to the second floor, please. It's a little bit inconvenient, I have to say, that the camera is not cooperating here at all. No shows really let yourself go, huh? Oh, there's a couple of... This one is actually slightly different nurses. Like one is like really gone. One is still halfway clean. I'd say halfway clean, that's maybe a bit generous. Like one of them has like almost completely brown outfit. The other one has an outfit that is still white but very stained. Not sure what the difference between the two outfits are. I mean, I'm guessing one of them maybe is hitting a bit harder than the other one. Different attacks, maybe. Nice, don't mind if I do. First aid kit. Something on the wall over there. I'm sorry. Is that fucking hand? Okay, no, never mind. I think the hands are painted on. Yeah, I'm just gonna read this paper before I interact with the creepy hand wall. Thank you very much. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I'll never ever go back there. My precious. I can't do a Gollum impression. all. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Oh. There's hands searching for something? Or is a sign of pain? Let's suppose just break down the wall. Okay, well, there's the storeroom key. We could head up to the 3rd floor, but, you know... And then back down again, but let us just poke all the doors. The doors are ready to be poked. Ooh! Okay, that was not a good room to poke into. Okay, small correction. Not all rooms are made to be poked into. Some are better left alone. In fact, they're attacking you before you even load it fully in. Check this. Check it to make sure. It's a small detail, but I like that there's different. Oh, interesting. The camera doesn't change the focus on like this door, like the other 2 floors. I like that the different doors are like different sounds when you interact with them. Like all the patient room had like one type of handle and sound. While the shower and storage room and whatever it was on the other side had like slightly different sound. I don't know if they would have different doors, maybe like different locks, maybe? I guess maybe it makes sense that the... Looks like a refrigerator. Of course we will open it. What could possibly go wrong? It's only a horror game after all. How is making the handle to come off and become a new weapon there? The door is too heavy to open by myself. Guess I can't. Guess maybe need some kind of crowbar? Is it the same type of battery as the flashlight? Hmm. I don't remember if I found like a crowbar or something like that. Someone else tags along. I might be able to come back here and open the refrigerator. Nice. I even marked on the map. Nice. Right, I forgot about the far doors here. Could I get to those, or are those like locked off? The door right there. Oh no! Oh, they actually removed the inner walls. Okay. I remember when I played Prince of Persia, I ever thought about playing through the old classics, Red Alert 1, 2, The Barbarian Sun, all missions there? Yeah, I mean, definitely has crossed my mind, just... I definitely do want to play through them at some point. But I'm not sure they're... I wouldn't say they're necessarily high priority. I do remember liking Red Alert 2 quite a bit when I was younger. Yeah, I don't think I ever tried Red Alert 2 or Red Alert 1. I think it sort of started with Red Alert 2 for me. Well, like that's the one that was like current when I was at the right age. That did get around quite a bit around the kids in my area though. Yeah, I noticed I just never really played a whole lot of like strategy games. I mean, Red Alert at least has some really good music as well. Like some of the songs, I even listen to some of the. I think Red Alert is pretty much the only soundtrack that game soundtrack that I listen to, like outside of playing the game as well. Like Hell March and Grinder and stuff like that. Some really good stuff. Way over here. Yeah, I know. It's just never. Whenever I like think about like, okay, right, which games which I never played, I want to play now. Because I have a lot of series that I just never got around to playing as a kid. I just one kind of game just never really pops up to the front of my mind. I know it's not exactly the same. I would probably play like the first 3 Warcraft games first, because I actually remember having a little bit of history with those games, especially Warcraft 3. Actually, I believe I beat the campaign of the kid as that one. The campaign of that one as a kid. One of the few games that I actually know that I beat as a kid. And I remember playing quite a bit of Warcraft 2 at a friend's place. Alright, the creepy rat baby child sound. Definitely nothing to worry about down here. Shelf here. Yep, there's definitely red handprints.
James!
No, fuck off!
Mary? Oh, Maria.
Ah.
It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me.
Oh, she's
I
back.
was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
I mean, I got an old 2x4 that you can borrow.
What's about me? Could you?
Just give her the 2x4 with
No,
a nail in it and let her fend for himself.
Stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone.
I don't want
You're supposed to take care of me.
to do more escorting missions.
So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
Yeah, most of the
You
games that I
really
stream...
seem to care about her.
More
Do you
story
know
here.
her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Yeah, a lot of the games that I completed on stream has been games that I... Like, part of the thing that I've been trying to do in streaming is to go back and play all those games that I read about and heard about as a kid, but just never got around to actually playing myself. Or you know, games that I remember playing them a little bit as a kid, but just I know I never finished them. I played a lot of the DOS game, Keen series, Skyroads, Superplex. Some drove me crazy hard lives. I don't remember Skyroads or Superplex. I do remember playing Keen, although I went back and tried it a couple of years ago, because I think you can just buy the whole series on Steam now. And it's like I remember like the blue dog, like getting to the blue dog as a kid and be like, this is fucking impossible. It's been just ages trying to get past him, and I get to him now as an adult and it's like, oh, you just like walk past him. Okay, sure. Like, I mean, it was still harder than the other stuff, but it's still just super easy. It's such a different experience as an adult. I should probably play the Keen, at least the Keen games. Just I do remember. I remember playing those. All right, this is the basement, right? There's a thing on the floor. Grab that. I can probably give the copper ring to the hand on the 3rd floor. And I swear, like games like Silent Hill and like games like Silent Hill and like puzzle games, whenever you like talk about different solutions to the games, to the puzzles, it makes you sound like a fucking lunatic. It's like, oh yeah, let's just go into the basement and get the copper ring and give it to the hand on the 3rd floor. This, none of that makes sense if you just heard it out of context. Superplex has 111 levels. I never even heard of that one. Superplex. If you mute the tab and it starts randomly playing music. I'm seeing screenshots here, and it doesn't immediately ring any bells. No, I don't think I ever saw that one. Because that's like you have to. It's money. Yeah, just when we look at the screenshot, it looks like it looks like you might need like push boulders and dig out the environment, and try not to get either squished or exploded as the bombs, whatever it is, falls down. I know a friend of mine had a game similar to that had like at least from what I'm guessing from the screenshot, had a similar gameplay style. I don't think it was the same graphics though. I was about to complain about not being able to run past nurse anymore, but I mean, kind of wasn't doing that to begin with. It's easier to just, it's a lot easier to just kind of ignore. Or actually, just fight off the nurses there. the tight hallway and everything, and leaving the nurse alone just a little bit too worrisome. First floor, second floor, third floor. So I guess we'll start making us saving over that one instead. Yeah, I'm not sure I would play that. Not sure I would play like Commander Keen or anything like that for a while. I finally got a fairly decent setup for playing console games. And I got a couple of like long RPGs on PC, like with like the Piranha Bytes games that I want to play. So those will probably keep me occupied for a good while. Plus just streaming. Oh, that's different now, huh? Streaming puzzle game. I mean, I'm generally not too fond of puzzle games to begin with, and streaming them is just. I apparently need to put something else there as well. Battery, perhaps? Shouldn't I go out of the... Let's check the memo again. So, only I can see the little door. They can't walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from way to her crimes. Oh, that didn't really help much, huh? Oh, wait. Oh, how did we get down there? It's just the elevator, right? The fridge that we couldn't open alone. Maybe Maria will finally be of some use. I'm just going to react to this, what's going on the radio here.
Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when
This is
they were
weird.
attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally... What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gage. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue.
I think it's 3.
Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
Okay, that was definitely weird.
What was that?
So how long is this elevator ride? And 2 of those 3 can be just figured out by looking at the map. But it was storage room on floor number 3. Okay. It's a Lakeside Amusement Park. It's a Nathan Avenue. Oh, Sanford Street. I don't remember exactly what the question was. It is Nathan Avenue. I think it said something about like connecting Paleville to South Vale. It's either Nathan Avenue or Stanford Street. I think I had a note about a murder that happened a while back. I wish it would actually. It's actually note here. Yeah, article about murder incident. Walter Sullivan. Oh, interesting that actually now that note comes back. Actually becomes relevant. That's kind of cool. That's a while since we did that. We found that. Why was I going down there? Right. Fridge. Right, Maria. Can you, for once in your life, be of use?
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here.
Really?
How's a little girl like me supposed to help?
Now the time to be doing that shit. It didn't look locked. How fucking heavy is that door for it to require 2 people to open up?
This? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Ah, lead ring. Lead ring, nice. For that special lady in your life. You want gone. I'm curious to check out the 3rd floor now, though. The storeroom. Yeah, for some reason I just had a hard time clicking the buttons there. Let me just take a quick break. We'll head out to the storeroom. I think I'll save first. Don't have to sit through that sequence of the raid again in case something bad happens. Right, well that got us the ring that we needed. I don't know how my health is. Like, I know... I feel like one of the things that I have most consistently not been too big a fan of in like both Silent Hill and... Oh, we're back here, right. Thought we were out from the door downstairs. One of the things that I've not been a fan of in Resident Evil or Silent Hill is how vague the health meter is. I get that it's, you know, kind of there to help with like the immersion and making things tense. Still do like having a little bit of a better idea of how much health I have. I mean, if I played a game that had a bit, I think like maybe when I played Resident Evil 4, I would be like, yeah, no, actually, I don't like knowing how much health I have. I like it being a bit vague. That might be the case. I mean, it does help a little bit with min-maxing at least, if nothing else. Right, so what are the questions? The name of the amusement park, the name of the murderer, and the name of the road leading somewhere. Let me just review the answers. So William something... Walter Sullivan, right? It's a lakeside amusement park. Yep, lakeside amusement park, and then either Stanford Street or Nathan Avenue, depending on exactly how the last question is phrased. Oh, okay, there's just a giant puzzle box there, okay. Oh, fuck me. I don't remember the entire fucking sequence of what it was saying. Oh. I honestly suspected that to be noted down somewhere. I do know that the answer to the first question was answer number 3. I think Walter Sullivan was the first answer to number 2. The problem is that the third one I can't even fucking remember. I can't even remember. Like I can't even remember what the entire question, like what the question actually was. Oh, it's questions right. Number 3 there. 1. I seem to remember that I didn't think it was the second. It was the first one. I think I'll try number 2. That didn't sound correct at all. I just took a bunch of like poison to our head. I feel like it would be cheating to look it up. An alternative, I mean, I guess now I saved over the save. So you only get one try as well. it feels like cheating to also do this, but yeah, like if I'd known, like everything else I've had to remember in this game has been noted down in the memos. So then when it suddenly goes like just doesn't note it down, it almost feels like the game is cheating a little bit by not having the correct order, not doing the same thing it always does. Sound. I'm not gonna look up the answers. I'm just gonna look up the actual questions. I mean, I guess I'm gonna look up the answer on like what the actual, like what the possible answers are as well. I guess. Which only place I'm gonna list the fucking answer. Which the only place I'm gonna list the actual questions and the alternatives are also gonna list the fucking answers right along with them. No, Wiki doesn't seem to do that. Okay, good. A little cheaty maybe to look up the questions, but I mean, that's just to make up for the fact that I didn't expect to actually have to remember the entire fucking question lines. You know, if nothing else, I expect there to be like a note in here that tells you what the entire thing over again. Right, I am like the game is like sure you can save scum on this. The game is I feel like the way they set up is that you are meant to miss, like if you don't you are meant to miss out on this if you fail it the first time. I will count this is my first try. Like if I fail now, I am gonna just keep with that. Yeah, so what's the amusement park? Fantasyland, Soundhill Amusement Park, or Lakeside Park? So that is definitely number 3, Lakeside Apartment. Question 2, brother and sister murdered. What's the name of the murderer? Answer: Walter Sullivan, Scott Fairbanks, or Eric Gain. So there was Walter Sullivan. So I had those two. I remember the first two rights. Right. Problem was that the third question is threw a bunch of like place names around that I wasn't entirely familiar with. Like, right. South of the lake, the certain old neighborhood called South Whale. From there to Paleville, the central resort area northwest of town. There's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. Third and final question is. But it's not. You have to cross Nathan Avenue to get on to something else. But yeah, the only one there is the Beckman Road, Rendell Street, Nathan Avenue, and that is Nathan Avenue. I don't particularly feel like this is like if it's a little cheaty, but also don't feel entirely cheaty just because if at least like just the answer alternatives have been written down, I would have gotten this right the first try. That's a lot of stuff, huh? Getting this and the fucking safe almost feels like I'm getting too much ammunition now. Right, now we can go and put the ring on the finger. Second ring on the finger. Thank you. The camera so I can see where I'm going. Put the lead ring on. That opens the door. Wonderful. Okay, so far I don't feel like there's been any puzzle that has got me particularly stumped, which I'm psyched about. So of course it's probably only week 1 coming up soon, that's gonna completely mess me up. Like most of the time where I have gotten a little bit stuck, it's been because I just missed like a clue somewhere. There's a note on the ground, inside is some kind of hard to read writing. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind a praying woman when I went out for a day trip. I picked it up but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Okay, so the key to the museum behind a praying woman. Was that the praying woman at the top of the stairs here he meant? Was there a different praying woman? Is there a museum in town? That's the inn. See, apartment, savings bank, that's into restaurant, Grand Market, Happy Burger, Mexican restaurant, cafes. I can't see any restaurants around. There's Sand Hill Historical Society. Maybe they have a museum. Right, so you're going down from the 3rd floor. Second now she already explored. I'm just kind of wondering where this is going to lead me to. Doesn't seem to lead any on the map, but this doesn't seem to lead anywhere that I haven't already been. There might be like a missing piece of wall or something at the bottom here. Or it goes further down than it looks like on the map. Oh yeah, this is fucked up. Wonderful. Yeah, I don't think this is part of the original construction of the hospital, huh? This is one of those walls here before the hospital was constructed kind of things. Indeed, we do not have the key map to this area. Oh, it's... Oh, it's fucking Pyramid Head. Oh, he's a good run then. I hope we keep it up here. We're just gonna leave out the pinhead.
Open up!
No. Don't open up. Don't open up. Just leave her. I'm sure they'll get along perfectly fine. Ah, well, what an absolute shame. Must be heartbroken about not having to escort her anymore. I feel that would have been a little bit... worked a bit better if I hadn't gotten annoyed by her... by having to fight everything to make sure she didn't die before. Well, I guess if they hadn't established that she could very well die. I guess that wouldn't have been as... I guess that wouldn't have been so intense, that little runaway there. I guess it would have taken a little bit away, like if you sort of anticipate her being pretty much immortal. So I think we're in the main block of the hospital now, yeah. The second floor? First floor. I keep pressing left. I think I keep trying to pan the map when I'm zoomed out. I'll move it to the next map instead. I wish. I was about to say. Oh, you can actually use a stick. Whoops. I was about to say I wish they had used left, like L1, L2 to move to the sides. A little bit less likely to do that accidentally. But I mean, I guess using the D-pad does make sense as well. So I guess we just never explore a couple of rooms on the second floor then. The main... I don't see any way up there now. Unless I can use the... The elevator works. It does feel a little bit awkward that the game is just like sad piano noises, the poor lady died, and I'm just like, fuck, I don't have to escort her anymore. Oh, an actual open door. Treats. Oh, there's a key there? Looks like there's a key, yeah. As a writing on the map. I'm guessing it's the museum key. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Yeah, that's the part. That's marked in the park on the far right end of town. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Okay. That's the fucking brat again. Wonderful. Can we kill her too now? Because what met in the town and the region are lined up here. Don't stand on reading all this. But wait. Oh, she's outside. Okay. Like, what room is she walking through? Obviously outside. Okay. Oh, I don't remember that little alcove being there on the... I guess real world? I didn't really expect any of the doors to be open. Considering it would have been a little bit weird for to have one of the doors be open when they just got the key to go outside. Ooh, time to see what the outside looks like now, because I was a bit trapped in like the nightmare world, right? Whatever it's called. Trapped on the... Yes, I think we're still going to be on the other side even after we get out. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. I guess it would be really pretty fucking traumatic for him. Those run off somewhere. Like, to find, like, basically his wife's twin. And then basically see his wife getting killed in front of him again. Right, it's instead of dense fog, it's now night time. You also go head up the Rosewater Park. You want to head there first up, straight away. Couple of friends out for a walk in the nighttime. We've got fresh nighttime air in. Nothing to worry about. We're just fellow people out for a walk. It's fun of those behind me to actually not in the light. The little haunt, huh? Not where you're supposed to be. There we go. Now I can pick up these items in peace and quiet. I probably could just have nipped them up and then walked off. But it's kind of hard to tell how far away they were. I was worried nurses were sneaking up behind my back. Getting ready to pounce. I think I want to go down along Rendell Street here and down to St. Paul's if we can skip through there to get to the diner where like the key and wrench or whatever was noted. I started getting aggressive a bit too late there. It's really worth it to sneak past them, or if you just either run past them or just beat them up. Park again, wonderful. I really doesn't give me a look inside, huh? Oh, how easy they lose track of you once they've seen you. You know, from a feel like the step sounds and everything sounds a lot closer than they actually are. No. For some reason I was like, oh, I don't believe this was open last time, but I don't think I've been down here either, so... Rifle shells. Oh. Yeah, I didn't realize there was one on this side. I thought the flip sound was just the one out back up in the streets. Then he turned his head to the right. I didn't think what he turned. I thought he turned his head for something like to pick up on the ground like this. It turned out to be a nurse instead. Is it some kind of kennel or something? It does pay to look on both sides of the streets in this game, huh? Out. Well, I was gonna be keeping out. Thank you very much. No one's around to. I mean, the nurses are here to keep me out, but I mean, they don't really care if I'm inside or outside. They just come out me anyway. No nurse. Oh. Yeah, how do we don't engage with that? It's weird, I'm going to encounter something that's not a nurse. From the main mass of enemies there, turning on the light again, wonderful. The camera is a bit problematic in this game. It has a tendency to point the wrong way, and like I try to force it to look in front of me so I can see what I'm up against. Like, nah, dude, nah. I remember one thing, it was like fixed camera angles, like Resident Evil, be like, you know, you can't see there because we meant to not see there. It's a little bit different This one feels also more like it's just because of the more dynamic count. It feels like it's more accidentally like you know you just happen not to be looking that way. Yeah. Just put doors on the right side here. Left side, I mean. Where we need to go. That's it. One behind. It sounds like there was one behind me as well.
Threat detected. Security units
Hello, Bryson.
intercepted.
Oh, 50 people. Hello. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to? You playing some more Mafia 3? Oh god, I was close there, huh? Oh. Okay, I thought she was gonna get me. Yeah, how are you doing? Welcome in. Don't worry too much about what's happening on screen. That's just completely normal. Yeah, welcome everyone from Braxton stream. I'm in and I mostly play retro games. I'm playing through Silent Hill 2 for the first time. Mostly blind. Oh, you managed to finish Mafia 3? Nice. You've been playing that for a good while now, haven't you? You still enjoy it towards the end, or did it start becoming more annoying after a while? I did not finish the game, but you finished with the game? Ah. Okay, so just was it like anything really bad, or was it just that you just getting too samey? Like it just wasn't fun anymore. So I have a really bad habit of stopping enjoying games like 80%-ish of the way through a game. Oh, it's becoming broken. Oh, okay, that's not good. Right, so it's not like it doesn't. At least it doesn't feel like it's intentional. What's happening? Yeah, that sucks. I've tried this one also. I think it was locked. I don't. It could be that it's like locked from one side. The key for it. Oh, so there are cops everywhere. You're in sewer underground, and they came down and killed you. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. That definitely sounds like it would get a bit in the way of playing, yeah. There's most there I wasn't too fond of. Can we have you pointing the right way? There we go. Camera in this game sometimes has some of its own ideas of what way it wants to be looking. It doesn't entirely mesh well with the way I want to be looking. Climb down there? Didn't think so. I've been broken like that for the last couple of days. Oh. Oh. Invisible creatures. So cool. Oh, they can also be seen if I turn off lights. I thought maybe if I could turn off the lights, I could just walk past them. I'm guessing the floor there was a bit too loud. It's made too much noise. I know there are some enemies which turning off the lights at least lets you get around them a bit easier. I think it's cool. Well, that wasn't something I was expected from a game like this. Oh, new items. Definitely pick this one up. Yeah, I guess we are in a like nightmare world now. There's gonna be more stuff to pick up. Yeah, just having cops there doesn't sound too fun. No, the typewriter ribbon saves are Resident Evil. Silent Hill, at least, I don't remember how it was in Silent Hill 1, but in this one you just have to find like these red... Yeah, this is Silent Hill, not Resident Evil, yeah. This one you have to find like these red books, square things that you just around the map. I mean, it's basically the same system as Resident Evil, except like you have to go to a specific place to save, except you don't have a limited amount of saves. Is that the one where you're like trapped in an apartment? I think in 4 you're like sort of trapped in an apartment. Yeah, that would be 4. I've only played 1 and now playing 2. Out of curiosity, how did you feel about 4? Do you think it was fun to play? I'm getting a lot of shotgun shells, aren't I? I mean, I'm just getting a ton of ammunition in general. Probably doesn't help that I'm just running around beating everything up with a steel pipe. Probably meant to be using a bit more guns than I am. Huh. Yeah, clearly running a melee build, yeah. I mean, with the amount of ammunition I'm picking up here. Hello. With the amount of ammunition I'm picking up here, I don't particularly see a reason to not. Yeah, I'm fully expecting there to be like some kind of bullshit coming up where I'm just gonna be a boss where I just need to shoot like 70 shotgun shells into them for them to piss off. I do feel like the steel pipe might be a little bit broken though, because the reach allows you to pretty much just hit enemies before they can, except for some of those like enemies that spit at you. You can just start hitting enemies from out of range. I just feel like I'm almost saving too much ammunition here, because I mean, right now I mean, for the most part, there's not really any reason to fight enemies in this game, because they don't drop anything, so they're like, either you want to kill them because they're easy to just get out of the way, so you don't have to worry about them at all, or you want to kill them because they're like blocking something. So pretty much like if it's a group of these 3 of them just wandering about the street, I'm not gonna fight them. Because why would I? I don't get anything from doing that. And if there's just a single one wandering around like right now, I'm just gonna beat it to death with my giant steel pipe. The only time I would really use the weapons It's like either a boss or when I encounter like a group of enemies that's pretty much like guarding something or completely blocking a hallway, like in the hospital happened a couple of times. But on these wide streets, I can just pretty much just run past everything that's like grouped up. So where are we trying to make it? Where are we trying to go? I want to head up and to right onto standard streets. Yeah, I wonder if that door up there is open now as well, by the apartment blocks. I do just kind of feel like the melee combat is maybe a bit too powerful. At least against like this style of enemies. It doesn't like it involves nearly no risk in killing them, and it's not like I have to like be like, right, is it worth them to fight them? Because like we'll use up precious resources, like won't. Mechanic. Yeah, okay. The steel weapon just allows me to just stand there and swing a weapon, and the melee enemies will just walk into it. And be beaten to a pulp. Looking at something, but I think that's just body. There, hello little friend. I'm actually surprised I can't interact with them. Huh. But I kind of assumed he would have like some kind of car key or a like key to Nelson's house, you know, something. So I need to head on down that street. I just want to go up here and check some things. Oh! The street... Holy fuck, the street lights actually work! It did change from like yellow to red and then switch from stop to walk, right? Yeah, switch from walk to stop. Huh. I am genuinely surprised they even bothered animating that. So up to this point I hadn't realized I didn't realize it was actually stop signs at all. Because the camera angle and the fog in the darkness generally makes it hard to see those. They could have easier not animated them at... They could have easily not animated them at all. And nobody would have noticed. Honestly, if it wasn't for the camera angle at that specific bar, I probably wouldn't have noticed myself at any point either. There's some stuff in here. Oh, this text is new. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. You might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Oh, okay. I don't know if that is encouraging or not. There's a hole here. It's gone now. The text about the hole was there before. The text on the wall might have been there before as well, actually. I just didn't notice it. Investigating, see if someone's left some random bullets along the sidewalk here. It's attack there. They're actually not. They're actually surprisingly. They are surprisingly little. Yeah, they surprisingly didn't just leave you alone. The only thing, unless you pretty much, at least here on the streets we have plenty of space. Unless you go up and start poking them, just pretty much just leave you alone. I want to check out like the back street up here. Back street's back, alright. I wonder when I'm gonna be able to hear the word Backstreet and not immediately think of Backstreet Boys. If it ever actually happen. I don't think this was blocked off last time. I think yeah, that's blocked off now. Interesting. That used to be open. There might be a difference between the two worlds, but it's marked on the same map, which is interesting. Because when I was in the hospital... Or is this actually like a nightmare world? I mean, it's less foggy, but it's not like completely fucked up like the hospital was. I'm gonna get to the game and it's gonna be like, oh yeah, this was actually all a hallucination. We were actually just running around murdering random people on the streets. Turns out Pyramid Head was actually the cops coming out to stop your murder spree. Okay, I mean that's definitely a camera angle. Oh right, this is where Revenge and something else was. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth always betrays people. A part of that abyss is an old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew but I did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for truth, I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Okay, there we go. You're just gonna read it again? You just take it with you, huh? That would be too easy. So I mean, last time we got there, we went through the woodside apartments. I don't know if you have to do that again, or maybe we can just skip through the door to... skip through what's locked up there and get onto Munson Street. Also, I mean, I think we could go back down through the tunnel. Head up north to the strip club. There's a save point up there. Let's just go up in there and save and see if there's anything interesting down the road there. Well, I think that's where we got the 2x4 with the plank with a nail in it. doubt there should be anything new there. Yeah, I hear you there. Don't worry about me. Ah. Don't know why they decided to just have a blinding red... This blindingly red screen when he's trying to save. I guess that is a choice. Still not open, right? Yeah. Still not interactable at all. Oh. Oh yeah, interesting. That door didn't used to be there. I wonder if that's put in just after we get out from the hospital, or after, or if they put it in there earlier. Well, they could have put that in like as soon as they came back here, pretty much. Oh, right. Entire street's gone there. Oh, bad nurse. James, stop swinging into the air, please. Exactly the wrong distance. There's a little bit of a knockback on the enemy, so sometimes I'll like knock them back out, and they'll come back and actually get a swing in. So we off that. You also just have completely ignored those two and not taking any damage. Might be something up back. Might be something at these houses. Seems to be the case. It's a little annoying also with the trees just getting in the way. Oh, yeah, this is where the memorial thing were. Or is. Can I see anything more now like this version of the world? Like, remains of... No, it's the same thing that's wiped out. Some garbage on the street I thought looked like it might actually be items to pick up. As long as the dogs and the flying creatures could be in the first game, at least, you know, they did make it a little bit worth them to wander around the streets. Just the nurse there, it feels a little bit too safe. They even got rid of those ones that are spitting, so I don't even have to worry about getting getting acid thrown in my face, whatever it is. And I try to just hit them. You know what? The whole world's fucked up. Let's have some fun. Let's just take this opportunity to run in the middle of the street. Who's gonna stop us? The cops are around to stop us anymore. I'd be highly surprised if you have to go back through the apartment building. The door that wakes in darkness opening into nightmares. And it's open now. Wonderful. I'm not even gonna question why that one's open. Right, so that is a nice little shortcut to basically skip the apartment buildings. Yeah, this is like the more fancy part of town, huh? Drink or something there as well, yep. You're tapping about down here, don't turning around, having a look. Stealing some stuff. Nothing back here. Thought he would be turning his head. So where am I actually wandering off to right? Oh, this is in Cat Street. Guess what's down the end there? I think I put like that a little bit down. When, yeah, I don't think I ever went down like this side street. Really expect there to be anything here. Hello? No. Shake it. Don't mind if I do. You look at that. It wasn't all in vain anyway, after all. A giant brick wall in the middle of the road. This place also has giant fucking gaps in the street as well, so why wouldn't there be giant walls? The first game where I remember the character looking on that stuff in the environment. Honestly, I can't think of too many games that actually do that. Yeah, I never played Wind Waker. At some point I need to get started with the Zelda games. And Belo with the first. Definitely first. Nobody else at all has been here yet in stream and talking. Yeah, I don't play a whole lot of Zelda games. Obviously I played a little bit of Ocarina of Time when I was at Friends. Yeah, the first redeemed the first, exactly. a little bit of a good enough time. Of course, visiting friends. I had Majora's Mask, which I got reasonably far into. I got to the last temple and just never finished it. I played a little bit of Skyward Sword, and I did play through the entirety of Link to the Past. So I do kind of want, and well, I do kind of want to start playing the Zelda games at some point. But I also want to kind of have a good Nintendo 64 controller ready for kind of start that. I feel like I remember my original controller being pretty decent still. Last time I used it was like 11 years ago, and I don't remember it being bad. I just can't for the life of me remember which box it's ended up in. And I can't find it. I haven't searched too hard either. Yeah, basically Nintendo 64 games are kind of waiting. I'm either waiting on me getting my ass, knocking out my ass and searching my box and finding my original controller. Or for the steel sticks to come back in stock again. I'm still kind of salty that I missed the 3 batches of steel sticks that were sold like spring of last year. I knew about the steel sticks, and I was like, oh, they haven't had anything out for a while. Well, I guess I'll just check in every now and then. And then I just forgot about it for a while. And I checked back in like 5 or 6 months later, and they had like 3 batches sold. And they haven't sold anything since then either. Because the steel sticks are supposed to be pretty good. Yeah, I can hear footsteps, but the radio isn't triggering. Yet. I mean, the steel stick, like the steel stick generally, like at least when I talk about it, I mean like the steel bowl specifically. Yeah, the steel bowl, I guess would be the correct term. Yeah, you just like using original parts and then just replace like the bowl section part of the stick. I tried buying like a third-party replacement bowl, but I didn't feel like it was working too well. I do have a retro bowler 64 as well, which is supposed to be fairly decent. I know it's not as accurate, I think, as some of the perfect condition original hardware. Might end up just using that instead as well. Hello. Oh no, this just leads into Jack's Inn. I didn't realize I'd turned onto this street yet. Hello, Caffeine Terry. How are you doing? Welcome in. I actually didn't realize I'd turned a corner here. I think was this way. That's like a giant fucking hole in the ground. Yes, isn't it? Right, that's the parking lot I was encountering. The park is past that. wonder if I could have gone through the apartment buildings or not. I mean, who can't fall asleep to the relaxing sounds of Silent Hill 2 and some people being beaten to death with a steel pipe? Imagine falling asleep to something like Silent Hill. I can't imagine that helps. I can't imagine that gives you good dreams. I think I remember seeing the angels that and be like. And like commenting that I could do so. Feel like I should be able to do something with it. This place, I'm just use the wrench on it, I guess. The back, perhaps. Wait, no, the key was dropped. Right. I knew that patch of dirt needed to be dug up. I fucking knew it. I would have loved if you could interact with that pile of dirt and dug it up when you got there the first time, if you happened to notice it. Because yeah, I feel like they almost should let you do that. And then you can get the wrench and be like, alright, I remember that box back in the park. Yeah, they really should just let you dig that up. Maybe they did and I just didn't interact properly. Alright, and then we can use the wrench. I guess they could have. Actually, I think you can see that the clamps aren't actually pressed all together. So I'm guessing they tighten it up enough that there's too much friction to drag it out. Yeah, the Silent Hill games have definitely held up. I felt the Resident Evil games are a bit more clunky, although a lot of those have been PlayStation 1 games as well. Just the models are a bit more clunkier there. Also, what I feel is almost most amazing with Silent Hill is that the atmosphere still holds up. I feel that's because they didn't rely on the visuals itself being scary to create an atmosphere. They're relying on like the music and the emptiness and like not being able to see stuff properly with the darkness and the fog, and that still works. Yeah, definitely in the first game, the fog was sort of like the reason they started using the fog in the first game was definitely because they wouldn't be able to render enough. At least what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is that like it started as like, right, we want to have like this, we want to be able to like draw this, and like, okay, we can't actually draw that far. Okay, how do we hide it? Okay, add some fog, and then we're like, wait, this fog is actually really cool. Let's actually utilize that properly. It started with a technical limitation, and then they start incorporating it properly into the game. Well, this one definitely relies on being able to hide stuff. Yeah, because you see, like that outhouse isn't actually far away. I can't see it from back here even. it's not really, yeah, so it's not really that much they have to render in time. You can probably just use distant culling. You see, just be like, yep, this item's like 50 meters away. Don't bother drawing it at all. It also definitely does help that they have. I don't know how well it's coming across on stream. Yeah, I can see it on the stream as well. It has this low. It has like this low light grain filter almost up over the top of it, which I feel helps kind of hide a lot of the imperfections a little bit. Just like blends the imperfections together a bit more. I don't really need to go this way. I'm just kind of curious if I can get back inside the apartment building. Feels like it's just kind of open and let me run around all over the place now. You're talking about like the enhanced HD version or whatever they call it, right? That pretty much everyone who's ever played it absolutely hates, because they removed a lot of the fog without thinking about why it was there to begin with. Like, yeah, we can render this. We can afford to render this much now. I think I did some other stuff as well. I haven't bothered looking into it more than just finding out that everyone agrees it's a horrible mess that you should just avoid. What? Huh. I never noticed this was here before. Heather's new voice actor takes away from the... Why can't I go further up here? Oh, the grating over it. Okay, never mind. You can see that all that well. Just there. I have to go and like look around mode to be able to turn the light around. It would be nice to be able to turn the light like as you're just walking around, being able to turn the light to be able to see around a bit more easily. But oh well. Heather. That might be the character I encounter later on. Unless you're talking about Maria. Because the only ones I encountered so far is Maria, Angela, Eddie, and Laura, which are also the ones that are noted in the journal. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Angela. She gave me a knife and just wandered off. I think she was too worried she would like kill herself with it. Yeah, the apartment is all the way back here. It's probably a complete waste of time. Just kind of curious if I can. What was the come out up here? I think, yeah. Familiar. Right. For a second I was confused, like, wait, what? I confused Mary with Maria. I guess it's almost pretty much what the main character's doing as well. It's like, wait, why would you go looking for... Yeah, I thought he was talking about Maria there. So I was a little bit confused, like, why would you go looking for her when you just saw a certain gentleman murder her? Huh. Alright, Rex, let's stop by and have a good evening. Interesting, it actually is a sort of... There is actually a stamina mechanic. It doesn't seem to have much effect, it's just like... If you're not out of stamina, you run a bit faster. It's still a decent pace. Even if basically out of breath. I don't know if it impacts combat at all. What if there's a limit to how much I can run? Like eventually stop running after like have to catch his breath. If there is there's certainly a very generous limit. Let's do it then. It's not. I think I can go. No, I can't. Am I even in the right place now? No, I'm not. Get it in. Hello. No, is that poster? Is that something useful? No. Yes, one of those save points in the motel or in whatever it's called here somewhere. Well, that is gone now. I honestly don't remember entirely exactly where it is, because I just encountered it once and haven't really been back and used it anymore. Can I go inside? No. It's weird to remove all the save points. I mean, I guess it's not technically safe to save anymore, because there is enemies wandering around. I thought I was staircase going up. A bit more for a look around to see if I can see it, and if not, I will continue on and just hope to not die. What could possibly go wrong, right? It's not like I'm just gonna suddenly get ambushed and destroyed by a pyramid head or anything like that. It looks like they actually removed the save points. Interesting. Either they removed it or I just completely lost my ability to find it. Martin. Historical society to visit. I'm sure they won't mind outsiders coming by. Why was there a camera angle there? Rolled out. Oh, there's an enemy right next to me there. Camera, do you think you could turn around so I could... No? Gotta make sure we see the sign, even if it kills me? Okay. Sure. Lakeview Hotel. Okay. 1.6 miles away. That's a good jog. Yeah, definitely been this far up. Yeah, I remember this van here. Still items to find though. I need most health. Nice, lovely. Flashlight definitely could be have a bit more range, I feel. It's almost better for me to just turn the light off, so I'm not blinded by a spot of light right in front of me. The amount of area the flashlight actually lights up is absolutely pitiful. Oh, wait, this is by the strip club, isn't it? Yeah. I don't think there's any reason to go here. I could. Let's pop into the bowling alley. See if Eddie's still there. Eddie, probably the cannibal guy. Yeah, we can at least still go inside. The developers haven't deliberately gone off the way to say, nope, you can't go in here. Was there much light last time? I guess there was, huh? Yeah, this gone. I think that hall is like one of the few places that actually has decent light on it still. And whatever else was creeping around that's left. Wonderful. Well, mostly left. The main reason I'm not just running in the middle of the street is because the middle of the streets usually don't have any items. Like any items are gonna be like the edge on the edge. Right up there. Okay. Although in kind of out of town now, I'm not sure how much stuff is gonna be randomly lying on the sidewalk here. Let's stick to the. Oh, I think we're at the location. Good old-fashioned workout, and yeah, we are. You have arrived at your destination. Sound Hill Historical Society. It's a fancy front door. I'm worried about spawning around the cameras that close in. I know there's an enemy around. So I could just have wandered into the enemy without being able to see them at all. Oh, nice. There's gonna be something around here. Alright, let's see if the kiwi fun actually works. I'm gonna go ahead and assume it does. I'm sure the society is gonna be a nice, relaxing place up to nothing weird going on, right? The doors that are literally off their hinges is definitely a good starting sign. Let's just start by checking the doors so don't go past anything. See it? So it's missing a exhibit here. It's probably used to be painting here. Waterfront landscape is missing. Okay. Why? I mean, it doesn't entirely surprise me, but why the fuck does the Silent Hill Historical Society have a picture of Pyramid Head in the gallery, along with those freaks in the boxes? I'm gonna get close. I'm gonna get a proper look, actually. Okay. Misty Day. Remains of the Judgment. Sim. Well, does the game actually... I don't know if the game ever actually calls him Pyramid Head. Or that's just what everyone agreed he was called. You know, he has a pyramid on his head. I think James has referred to him like once, like, have you seen that weird guy with a pyramid on his head or something like that? With a pyramid? Like, I think he's made a reference to a pyramid. I don't think he's ever called him actually Pyramid Head. He hasn't actually had a lot of reasons to give him a name yet. Okay, I thought it might be a map on the wall there. From the hospital. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally a little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. Okay. Photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looked as if he was a famous person in town. It's a photo of a deep hole. Okay. Creepy at all. Yeah, there's a piece of burnt wall with a secret passage behind it. You know, like every house have. Is it really a home if it doesn't have a creepy basement? Especially like one that's like ancient and built into ground itself. Into stone of the earth itself. It's proper long, huh? Okay, I can't even look behind me. I was gonna do a sanity check, like, hey, if I turn and look behind me, am I still like only like a couple of feet away from the entrance? Well, the sounds are getting louder. I'm sure there's a welcoming sounds of friendliness, right? You're up or down there. Yeah, it's kind of everything just blended in, yeah. Oh, 1820 prison number C221. first aid kit. I have more healing items than I would have expected, to be perfectly honest. 200. I feel like I'm getting a little bit too much stuff to play with here. I do kind of like not having a map right now, because I'm actually surprised of just looking at a map and going like, right. I go like, so like instead of like looking at a map and going like, right, I go through the door, check 3 doors on the right, 2 doors on the left, and then take the right corner. Like, I'm actually just exploring, looking at the environment instead. I do have a bit of a tendency to start looking at like just exploring a bit too much by the map. Oh! Got speeders again! Fuck yeah! An actual reason to use the weapons other than the melee. Locked. I heard someone else down here, but probably not. Being able to look around the corridors probably before walking down is also kind of creepy. Definitely a crowd favorite. Oh, that's just handgun bullets, okay. They look different, but apparently not. Toluca Prison Camp. Built during the Civil War, later become Toluca Prison. That's the name of the lake, isn't it? Yeah, Toluca Lake. I don't think I haven't seen anything about a prison yet on the map. It might be like slightly, just be like a bit off the map I have. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. That's cheerful. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. Okay. All the nice and lovely little paintings on here, huh? Oh, there's a hole in the ground we found a picture of earlier, or painting of. So stark and I can't see anything. Fuck no. I mean, I don't have anywhere else to go. Like, in any real world, I would just never fucking jump down here. I do wonder if I could... on the one hand, I do kind of feel like I should just continue trying to run up the road. Like, that makes more sense than wandering around here. But I know that I'm going to go get like 5 meters up the road and James can just be like, oh, but I have to check out this historical society thing. You could possibly go wrong, right? you died. I would have loved if I jumped down there and the game just went like game over. It's not shown in the game, but the maps of Silent Hill across Silent Hill 2 and 1 connects. I'm guessing you mean Silent Hill 1 and 2, right? Actually, out of curiosity, let's have a look what this map to Silent Hill 1 looks like. It's kind of forgotten. Right, yeah, that's completely different, huh? Oh. Yeah, no, I was actually wondering like how are they connected because I couldn't remember it being relevant, but yeah, right, yes, yeah, because the later amusement park is where the first game ends. Yeah, so we're south of the first game, yeah. That's really cool. Yeah, I've been wondering that for a little while, like, how are they actually connected? How are the two maps connected? Are they connected at all? Or did they just, like, make a completely new map without taking into account anything in the first game? That is nice that they actually do, like, they actually are connected up like that. Maybe I just turn my light off to show whatever I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about looking at actual pictures of the map because there's a good chance something's just gonna have like here's how Silent Hill 1 and 2 are connected, and they just have like a bunch of stuff from Silent Hill 2 that I haven't gotten to yet. No, I found like the that last map you get in Silent Hill 1. And I could see like the I could see at the area that's like right at the top there, like the bridge across the river towards the amusement park. You'd see that being pretty much exactly the same as on this map. So I don't really have much of an idea of what to do right now. Maybe jumping down the hole wasn't the greatest idea I've ever had. Not turning his head to look at anything specific. Like look down? Maybe like if figure out if any of this is... He's not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss, not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Fold the matter to the letter in a wrench. I don't know. I don't remember that one. Just a description of the painting, I guess. There's something very specific the game wants me to do just now. I'm not entirely sure what it is. I don't think they will allow me to just jump down here and soft lock myself. I don't think. Is anything different about the wall? No, the wall seems the same all the way around. Pretty much, at least nothing stands out. See like anything like maybe in the reflection, perhaps? Not particularly. I thought maybe if I had like turned the light off, just stare into the abyss in a way. I think that's what it wants me to do either. I can't interact with the wall at all. The lights off, I can't interact with the wall at all. Maybe I can look kind of like... Look in the water to just like see my reflection or something might do something? No. I feel like this is one of those... I feel like this is one of those puzzles where I'm too stupid to figure out what to do. Oh! We're whacking the wall a bit. There we go. Should have resorted to violence a lot earlier. Surely it solves everything, huh? Oh, just speeders. Just speeders. Pistol. One more. Okay. And then good. One of them is sneaking up on me. Wait, you're not dead. Oh, that's interesting. Don't know why that one requires so many bullets. Yeah, because I had pause it. Like maybe like allowed them to regenerate or something like that. Oh right, I turned my. I was wondering. I thought it was weirdly quiet when they were. I thought it was weirdly quiet there. Let's see what I was. Maybe having the radio on fucked up the puzzle. Like turn the radio off was part of the puzzle. You have to, like you have to just become one with the darkness on there or some bullshit like that. Nope. Pure physical violence against the wall was the solution. Spiral writing key. Do I have to use the. Yeah, this is not good. It starts which leads to the purgatory. Yeah, not a good situation to be in right here now. Rejected thing. So we tried all of them once. So 114. Is it just gonna be like the last option we choose? Oops. 419. Look at this. I don't know if there is like a clue you can get to that, or if you are meant to actually just brute force it. What? Oh, this is trippy. Standing You're apparently standing on the wall in a corridor. Okay. Okay, that was a bit weird. No, we have not insects. Get lost. The map of this area. Probably is intentional. I doubt I'm gonna be finding any maps here. A key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. Still isn't great with spiral writing. Remembering encountering any walls which were in the doors that I couldn't open that was just locked. I thought maybe like what I meant by that was like a reference to the door that looked like it couldn't be opened up. Let's not go into the bug room again. It's not good. It doesn't sound fun. Oh, the door at the bottom, door's locked. Oh. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? We already jumped on one endless black hole today. What's another black hole? Yeah, it's fine. Who needs to see what they're gonna be landing on? Just a dark, nightmarish abyss. I don't say I am kind of glad that like the flashlight he has is. Oh, hello. The fuck are you doing down here? I mean, I know all of this is like a fucking nightmare.
Killing a person ain't no big deal.
Started to think like a nightmare
Just put the gun to their head.
games have, but still. What the fuck are you doing down here?
You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
Ah,
I was just joking, James.
right, yeah, joking. Good one.
He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
He's not alone, he's got a gun.
Eddie?
Well, Eddie seems to be holding it together well. Don't see any reason why that he would ever potentially cause problems. And the body smart with bullet holes. Wonderful. I mean, I'm still halfway expecting it to turn out that all the monsters we've been killing are actually hallucinations and are actually like real people. He's hallucinating them as monsters, but... Oh, yeah, here's a nice little drinky there. I do see the save book over there. Look. Is something else there? No, what are you looking at? Notebook, okay. Tablet of the Gluttonous Pig. Metal tablet with Gluttonous Pig drawn on one side. Found it in the dining room. Okay. Thing to find here. Yep, that's still fucking blinding. So that's great. I should probably save on a different save as well. Before I jump down here. Can I follow him out or is this gonna be locked? gonna be locked. What about that other door then? One of them's gonna be locked. Good. Now, yeah, just making sure it's locked. Because if it, like, otherwise I would have gotten like way down and be like, wait, was that door locked or not? I have to go all the way back to check. Now, what was this again? The documents on the desk, they got nothing to do with me though. Really? Just like all the other random crap that you picked up. Definitely had a lot of stuff to do with you. Oh, they're in the cells. I don't know if they can spit at me through cell bars or not. Okay, so someone made it into prison. Careful thoughts. Black magic from the abyss, resurrection of the dead. Chronicle of Agrippa, manuscript of the Iron Rings. Yeah, there's a bit of black magic. What could possibly go wrong? A nice little symbol on the wall. I'm sure I just get to make the time fly. Little note that I didn't probably check out the rest of the corridor before heading in here. I missed something. Oh, hello! You're that close. It's kind of hard to tell with all the noise here. I want to double check on the other side because I feel like I might have left something behind there. This is open apparently. I got to remember that I can just go up to get to the gun and then reload from there instead of trying to find the gun or the bullets in the inventory lists. I just poked the killer thing and then went back down. These narrow corridors here with this camera angle makes it a little bit easy to just walk straight into them. And you can I think you're supposed to be able to tell the distance just based on like how it sounds. I find that quite hard. A little acid spray every now and then isn't too bad. This is where I came from. Let's just pop out here and finish searching this corridor. Ah, good. There's the map. The map of the prison. Wonderful. I wonder how the hell he would know where he is on the map. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense to where I am. I see there's a couple of doors back there I didn't test out at all. Okay, probably should. Oh, there's actually a lot of stuff here, huh? Right, I need to just take a quick little toilet break. Be right back, then we'll continue exploring the prison. Sure, it's gonna be an absolutely lovely place with nothing wrong in it, with it at all. Mm-hmm. Where do we actually explore first? I'm not realizing that I didn't actually check out all the cells. Rather, at the ones that were closed, I didn't bother trying to open it even. I just went past them assuming they were locked. Which may or may not be right. Oh, right, there's just papers. They got nothing to do with you, wonderful. Oh, locked, okay. I think this is one of the doors that leads... Oh, no, it's an... Oh! Which room am I in? Oh! Either other side so I can grab the lighter probably for something. Okay. I was planning on skipping that. I didn't want to go to that area yet anyway. I'm glad I didn't. Oh, and something's broken through here, huh? It's a little bit awkward that like 3 shots takes them down straight away. But if you shoot like 2 shots, take a little bit of a break. Because you like say you have to move and then shoot again. That 3rd shot doesn't actually take them down. So I'm guessing like in a way to think about this, like they have like a health bar that you take, that is how you actually kill them. But every time you do damage, you also do like stamina damage or something like that, which regenerates pretty quickly. If you do enough and if they run out of stamina, they get knocked down. So if you do enough damage quickly enough, they get knocked down. If you have a break, they regenerate the stamina, and you have to kill them just through the health. Yes. That's the best way I can think of it. It's lighter. Go. Straight away before we forget it exists. this. Well, still not a fan of the fact that it like the game's still going while it's fading in. Tosa, okay. Those are always nice and clean. Anything nasty there? I don't like the fact that the last stall is locked or closed. Bad sign. What? Okay, I was wondering like why the fuck we knock on the door. Then I remember that we are actually looking for a guy in here. So it could actually potentially someone that they're stalled. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, fuck, that got my heart running. There could actually be another human being in here somewhere. It's my idea of shooting the closed stall there. Maybe a bit questionable in case he was actually inside there. Oh, you can save another save point. Nice. So let's have a quick look around so I don't have to potentially look through the room twice. Okay. Oh, actually, is there anything behind it in this last stall? No. Yeah, I think I'll try to keep that one like that one prison, that one cafeteria save. Keep that and not overwrite it. I didn't expect to actually go through that. You know, if something really bad happens, like in worst case scenario, I can always just reload like the start of the prison. Some goodies in here. This is like the nurse's office. It said what it was on the map, but I wasn't paying attention. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Okay. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There was a page missing. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reached for their comrades. Is that what the hands back at the hospital was supposed to symbolize? That was like reaching up? This is still in the newspaper, okay. Or magazine. Bit of nibbling damage. Just fix that right up. A doll car from Vice was lying in a cell. Yeah, I think you can only whenever you have to combine items, I think you can only do it right where you actually need to use the combined item. Oh, that was the gun. Okay. more shells there, if you can pick that up. Thank you kindly. I've hardly started using even the shotgun, which I have 200 shotgun shots. I might as well almost start using shotgun. The problem with the shotgun over just the handgun is that the shotgun is a lot more unwieldy. It's a long time between shots. Just makes the handgun more useful. That's maybe for groups. Maximum capacity 4 shots, takes a long time between shots, but each shot is very powerful. Okay, so I guess that's gonna be really good against possibly bosses if they don't move to big creatures. Yes and no. The hand, it's certainly definitely fit. You would think the shotgun was really good in this game because there's a lot of except maybe when you're running around the streets. It's like in the hospital and here, there's a lot of really tight corridors. Easy to fight during a jump scare. Yeah, that's true. The problem is just how slow it is in this game. Plus the actual handgun has a lot. Like it says it doesn't have much firepower, stopping power, whatever it calls it. It actually staggers the normal enemies pretty well. And you can shoot it, and you can pretty much shoot it before they recover. So there's, at least for the enemies I've encountered so far, like it says it's good for groups, but any group that's far enough away that the spread will catch multiple enemies or multiple monsters will be far enough away that I can just use the shotgun and stagger them, or use the normal handgun and stagger them instead. Yes. Yeah, so far the shotgun hasn't particularly impressed me. There might be some situations where it is really good. But so far just the handgun seems to do... I mean, let's be fair, 90% of the time I'm sticking with the piece of pipe that I found as well. So I haven't even fully switched to the handgun yet. Come on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there's probably a handle. Somewhere in this little nightmare place there's a handle that we can use there. I'm guessing that is how we get into the basement, and that's all locked off, yeah. And it's nicely marked on the map, wonderful. Yeah, so I'm thinking just going up here through the corridor. Was that locked? Oh, might have to go back. I might actually have to go down there and go back up. I should try the cell doors this time. Notice if you have to go down here anyway, I might as well save in the cafeteria, and it's gonna be, yeah, might as well save in the cafeteria. This is the broke one, yes. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there is people that do really prefer the shotgun. It's good used. Yeah, I just haven't wanted to use it because, initially I was low on bullets, and then I was like, well, yeah, the handgun's working fine. Doing what it needs to do. Actually, I can actually equip. I do really want to try it out, but let's see. I do feel like the shotgun maybe has a bit more is doing a bit more damage. This is why I switched it when I fought like the boxers hanging from the ceiling. Do a decent amount of damage to those guys. It just takes so long to be ready to shoot again. It does take them down in one shot though. That's pretty good. Instead of 3. Don't think that one was supposed to get through the arch though. I have no idea what I shot in there, or if there's any reason to. It wouldn't surprise me if later on, like the cell, I can flip a switch or something, and the cell doors are opened. Look at. Oh, there's bullets there, okay. A regular enemy here. Because I guess it's just like technically, if you're thinking about like stopping power for those enemies, it takes 3 handgun bullets to take one of them down, and only 1 shotgun shell. So in terms of stopping the regular enemies, theoretically, I have 300 bullets, equivalent of 300 handgun bullets for the shotgun. Yeah, I also do kind of just want to save like the more powerful weapons, because like if my weaker weapons are working, why would I use the powerful weapons when I could use them later on? Like, it would be one thing if like the handgun took like 10 bullets to kill one of them, like I had to do a lot of running around. I can just literally aim at them, hit the button 3 times, then they're down. Don't particularly see much reason to not just use the handgun. That's my particular feelings on the weapon situation right now. I feel like what's the problem here is that the pistol has enough knockback and stun for regular enemies. That is like if the pistol just didn't really, like, say the pistol still took them down in 3 shots, but it didn't stagger them, so they would still like start spitting at you. I think that that would have made a big difference. That would definitely let me to use the shotgun more. So I almost feel like just the handgun is a bit too powerful. Anything up here that I can interact with? Bloodstained clothes here. Okay, wonderful. Well, sure nice big open area like this will have no problems with it at all. Oh, it's a new sound. Like new sounds. Look if there's anything here. So there's something in the middle that I couldn't see because of the darkness. Oh, yeah, there's something in the middle. Okay. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins. It's written on top of the painting. The painting had 3 square depressions. Okay. So I got one of the squares. Can I figure out what the 3 sins are and what order they need to be in? Oh! Yeah, I guess the prison was hanging people quite late, huh? There's no real use starting to speculate on what order they need, like where the gluttony pig plate needs to go yet, because I only have that one plate so far. But yeah, good to know that good to know where I need to go at least. I need to pick them up. And it's smart map, wonderful. I wonder if the very top door here is open. No. I guess we have to cells then again. Why the oh, I do not like the fact that it activated when I got in here. I'm just gonna check cell right next to it. No. That sounds big and angry. It's a bit Scottish. Break the wall again? I prefer swinging this one, the wooden plank, when you're trying to break the walls. It's just have like side to side, which feel it's more natural. Wait. It was locked. Was that locked? It was locked when I tried it before. What that sound is? I'm gonna figure it out later on to my detriment. And some painting stuff. Someone's definitely got some feelings about things. Four 436 people at a recital. Hmm. And a woman in flight, okay. No idea what any of those mean. I think at least I feel like at least one of them must got to be important, right? Mon on top of the cells? I don't... What's going on there? Maybe... That's unlocked. Wait, I picked up a lighter. Forgot to check the bottom doors here. Or cell doors. I think if there's anything I could set on fire. I could try to go back in. Let's go back inside the cell and see if we can set the paintings on fire. Or maybe I can set the building on fire, painting on fire. Okay, what was added to the memo then? Did they bother adding all of them to here, huh? That must mean they are important. Metal tablet with the pressure drawn on one side found in the cell. That's that I can't even cease making me a bit worried. I feel like that's going to become important later on. Here, I think. I didn't expect there to be monsters here again. That went surprisingly well. What? Oh, I guess we found the last... Wait, did I just never go... Is it a separate door? Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot. I just went down and then I went back out again. I just never checked the top part here. Huh, good to know that I'm a fucking idiot. That's wonderful, love that. Yeah, a lot of the time with puzzles in games, the problem is between keyboard and share that way, or between controller and share. I haven't any clue as to what order these plates are supposed to be in. Maybe it's not supposed. Maybe just put them in and it doesn't matter what order. This doesn't particularly feel like sins though. The gluttonous ones, sure. Gluttonous pig and seductors. I guess that's sin as well, I guess. Can't be used. What? What do you mean it can't be used? It's clearly where they're meant to be used. Yeah, that felt like a very obvious solution, but apparently not. Well, but I didn't realize you could actually fall off things. I don't think I've done that before. It's not pretty much the first time we have a chance to do that properly. That sounds very painful. Are you taking that? No, I didn't take damage from it. I don't feel like she looks particularly a lot like Mary or Maria. I guess maybe the difference in hair and makeup and all that makes a big difference. I just figured this would be like a put them in the right order type of puzzle, like with the like with the buttons or whatever it was, coins. Oh, I just had to put them in. Okay. I had to combine them and then put them in. That's the weird way of doing it, but okay. That sounded rather painful. I give it a blood button for 3 sit. Oh. No? Okay, so I didn't. Yeah, at least I didn't fuck up with the. I didn't mess up with the putting them in there, because I can't take them out again. So that part is right. Come on. But can I... How do you give blood atone for 3 sins? Or has something else changed? I don't know why I keep opening the map instead of opening inventory. So I can't literally give blood. Is something maybe like a bit of... Oh! What? Okay. So something happened there. Oh, now we can... Oh! That's what the sound was. Right, now we can go and use that probably to open the hatch now. One of the times I'm running along here, I was walking around upstairs, just suddenly gonna be down here instead. It's very interesting that it doesn't start making a radio noise though until you walk into the cell. That's the wrong door there. Do I have the gun equipped? Yes, I have the gun equipped. Come back here, you little crab man. Was it a men's room that had the save point in it? Yes. Right above the urinals. I don't feel like there's a whole lot you can do to like soft lock yourself in this game by other than maybe if you use a lot of ammo and heals. I feel like I'm doing pretty good on both those parts, so I'm not too worried about saving. Definitely ammo. Definitely ammo I'm doing good on. The horseshoe here. I don't know if that's gonna do anything. Didn't immediately say I can't do that. I'm not sure. I feel like the wax would be strong enough for that to work after it. It would take a while for the wax to settle again. It's strong enough for that to actually work, I feel. But okay, sure. Yeah, sure. Third black hole we just jumped into today. Third time's the charm, right? Oh, okay, that could be a problem. Because that's the way back up again. Like you might not have thought this entirely through. That door's not on the map. I mean, that doesn't entirely surprise me. Now, what's behind the mystery unmarked door? Oh. Great. So this is the... Why would they not have marked the morgue on the map? Is something different one of these times? Just skip past it like an idiot. Did I just move or is it only my imagination? Well, I guess there's only one solution to that. Make absolutely fucking sure it doesn't move again. Let's stop it at a live person. Take that, take that corpse. I think you can pretty safely say that corpse is not going to move anymore. Like every now and then there's like a slightly different dialogue and a key particle is expected to be the same. Can we stop with the holes now? I'm getting tired of jumping down. Wait, what? Corpse, something about the corpse in the hole? Okay. Okay, how do I push the corpse into the hole? Or is that just like, oh yeah, that's what they do doing with the corpses? Sure. I'm starting to wonder how far these holes go down as well. I love that he's starting to, like, he's hesitating less and less for each hole he's just jumping down into. Like I just as you the player's like, okay, I've done it 4 times already. What could possibly go wrong this time? The characters I love that the character's actually getting used to jumping down as well and hesitating less and less. That time apparently, because it's like is that like a big deal this time? I never finished offering the I guess offering the plates were offering the blood of the sinners, whatever. Putting the plates in place was what I needed to actually do. I guess I didn't need to fetch some blood. I'll just go in there yet. Something is looking at. I guess it's inside the elevator. Okay, I guess we have no choice. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Yep, let's just ignore that sound. Nothing I can do about that anymore anyway. grab as much stuff as I can as they fall to death. Yes, only one door. I don't remember reading anything in the history of this town, or like what in the notes I found about miners in this town. The vibration function of control is having a good time at least. Like I've always been like a bit like not a big fan of like Rumble. This game's getting me around it. This game's actually using it like for the good effect, I think. Like you start getting like the really low health, they have a beeping sound, it starts rumbling faster and faster. Not like a constant number, like it'd be like 5 seconds, like 5 seconds between, and maybe 4 seconds and like 3 seconds. The entire elevator sequence there just rumbling like slow, and then it had a little bit of a break just right at the end as it slowed down, and then a last little burst right as it's completely stopped. This really helps the immersion when it's used well. I guess the problem is like just when developers just put Rumble in like all the time, not really putting much decision into when it's when it would be appropriate. Baby, come here. Come here. Just gonna hurt you a little bit. Don't worry about. Like around the corners. I can't see like that. Just turn my lights off a little bit to be able to hopefully give me like an extra second or something. As I run into the enemy before they have a chance to react. I don't know how much the enemies care about light. I do know that they care somewhat. Like you can turn off the light and it helps quite a bit with sneaking past them. Or hell, just running past them. What else is this? I can't get through here because the wire stretches across the path. So this knife better have a use at some point. Oh. How about we explore the pit last? the door they have there. And another door leading to a pit here. Okay. Let's hit the regular door first. Oh, that's actually a ladder as well. Never mind. Okay. I would make sure to get across when I knock the middle of my feet there. I think it just goes on a circle. Oh, that was there. There's a wall. That's where it came from. That's where it came from. That's just going around in a circle, okay. Oh, okay, that's just a circle that connects both and connects up here. I must be missing something down there. That feel. It's weird how just for the sake of having it. I'll come back there if I can't make progress any other way. Oh, hello. Okay. It, come here. Okay. What's here? Okay, for someone who hasn't had any training with a gun, he's pretty fucking fast at pulling the gun out and pulling the gun up and shooting. And to be fair, I guess he's had a lot of training in the last couple of hours. Alrighty then. It's a thing. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's some phases. Oh. What if we don't mess up that just yet for having an idea of what it's for? Guess it corresponds to this somehow. Yeah, it just seems to turn the entire thing. It just seems to turn this room as I'm turning the cube. Which implies that the last one and this one's the only one configuration where I can actually enter the room. Oh. Huh. Guess you need to try. Yes, you know that wall doesn't have any. I'm gonna go ahead and assume I don't need to get up on the ceiling. So I'm guessing I need to try to get like a door either there or there, plus also at the same time having a door right there. No, wait, we tried to get it. No, the first configuration had a door there and there. The thing. Let me just have a look around. There's none of these, unless there's one in this. Unless the one in the ceiling is weird, none of these have a door in the middle. I mean, it might be like a hatch on the ground in one of these other squares, but kind of doubt that. I think I need to find one square that has like a door in the wall on this, like right here. The problem is that I can't really see all the way. I can't really see all the way up. I can't need to see. There's a door up there. I think there's a door there as well. Yeah. So if we just so turning it left and right, if turning this one. I'm trying to think how I can get it turned right. So I think you can rotate like this on like this axis, as well as be like around this axis I'm rotating around right now. So turn it one to left or right. That should get the doors on like this axis, and we tilt it down and then back the other way. I think what I need to do. Right, what was I saying? So if we rotate this way. Oh. Never mind. Wait, guys, like that? Oh, yeah, I can. Wonderful. Okay, that was a lot simpler than I thought it was gonna be. So I didn't realize it was rotating like along the hands and not. Yeah, I thought the hands were stationary for some reason. Cutscene time. Oh, I think this is the scene that plays if you just let the game stay on the main menu for a while.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
I'm really glad I didn't watch it.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then
James, what are you talking about?
just before, don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
Oh,
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
okay, this is going weird places. I wasn't expecting all this sexual tension in this game. So I guess... yeah, I really wasn't expecting all this vision. Like, when I first encountered... like... yeah, here? I first had like the first cutscene with the Pyramid Head. I thought that was like just they hadn't thought about it, and that's like it looked weirdly sexual, and I just assumed that they hadn't thought it through. But now I'm starting to think that they very much had thought it through. Ah. Oh, okay. Still feels weird that other part of the corridor, like the other way part down the ladders, are not used for anything. As I can tell. Go ahead and have another look down here just in case. You know what? Let me just grab the shotgun, see if we can kill the things below here. Is he going to aim down and actually go up right here? No, okay. Oh, it is, okay. Ow. Hurt me. Oh yeah. Here's something. I thought maybe I would like the thing to do there was actually shoot those guys, but no. Is this fucking Pyramid Head's lair? I'm sorry. What? I can just fucking steal Pyramid's Head's sword and use that as a weapon? What? Okay. Let's go. This is definitely a place that I wasn't entirely expecting. It does slow it down a lot, though. That's interesting. Makes sense. Being slow as all hell. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I wonder if there's like... This doesn't feel like I need to go down here. Or find this at all. I could have easily just decided not to go down here. So I'm just wondering if maybe finding the knife and maybe using that to kill Pyramid Head or something at then, like later in the game, is like part of is part of how you get specific endings. If it's anything like the first game. Because I think when I played the first game, there was like a couple of items I'd missed in like the last area that meant that I couldn't get like good endings. I guess we just never figured out what the fuck the giant, like what the thing in the prison was, huh? Going up there. Was a ladder or something over here? A two-ladder situation. The empty room. Just an empty room. Look at how fucking slow he is. That's not something you want to use in a proper fight. Because this is how quickly you move. You made that like almost like iconic scraping noise with a knife though. There's a lot of speeders here. Let's just stick with the pistol. Down here again. Oh, no. It's just always down here unless you... Yeah, it's just always down there. Guess we mean you'll try to avoid him. Getting a bit maze-like down here, huh? I feel like this one turns differently than the first. Yeah, I think that's good for the first one I killed. So I guess it's a different one, okay. Loop, just loop, okay. Yeah, this has got... Yeah, the main sense of this situation has got to be deliberate. Okay. One there that looks like a bit different. Should have 4 bullets left? 1 bullet left, okay. I didn't reload after the one that shot down the waters either, okay. Wait. Oh, it's someone else. Good lord, this area is confusing. Oh, don't move. That's awkward. They seem to be getting to different places. Like I guess sometimes I don't actually start repeating. Yeah, I guess as long as I just keep going, you're good. Seeing something that looks like blood and is partially legible. How do you even know where you are? You don't. I mean, I have absolutely no idea where I'm at. I don't have a map for the area anyway. The bones of a man, later identified as Thomas something Lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in something lying. Okay. Probable cause of death as death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. Estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to the kind of struggle in the room and lack of murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and opened a murder investigation. Like the only way I was navigating that section by was just, is it the same ladder I came down from? No? Go a bit. And I was just hoping it was going to lead me in the right direction, and I wasn't missing anything. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched Mr. Something, had a history of drunkenness and violence, police suspect that it was not a robbery, but rather a crime of passion. Yeah, this whole situation would be absolutely awful real life. I hope when I say you can't see anything, you don't mean like on the... I mean, I'm hoping you can see like the door and stuff on the stream, right? Yeah, there is a lot of areas that are quite dark. I mean... Yeah, you can see where the light is showing, yeah. It was even worse when I started playing this game, because I had it on RGB limited mode, and apparently either my capture card or my PlayStation 2 really wants... Or I had it on RGB full, which meant it was actually like that instead. Which clearly is not the right way. I just assumed that, you know, the game was supposed to be dark, right? It's a horror game. Of course the horror game is supposed to be dark. That only question just how dark it actually was. Is it like the couple of years that I tested out whether to use RGB limited or RGB full? I felt like they looked a little bit washed out with limited, but it turned out I think those areas were supposed to be like half lit and not actually dark, like I thought. Didn't give me a choice, okay. Oh, it's her again. That is definitely a thing. Oh, it's alive. Is that like a flesh door? Okay, step one, stay on the other side of the fucking room. I don't have the space to outmaneuver it here though. Slowly getting closer. But maybe do you have to give her a knife back, perhaps? No. Okay, no, you just had to shoot a bunch. Okay.
Are you okay?
I got your knife if you want to actually do some damage here. Sure don't want your knife back? Sure you can handle a knife safely by this point,
Angela,
right?
Relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No.
I already got
that's
your
not
knife.
true at all.
Don't need anything else.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
I mean, quite a few things would be my guess. I mean, I feel like the Silent Hill games, both like this and the first one, has had some pretty fucking weird characters. Also, the Silent Hill 1, I had like almost no idea what was going on like 90% of the time. I mean, compared to the first game, I feel like this one actually almost makes sense. I still honestly have no clue. Like, it definitely doesn't help in the first game that it starts so weirdly as well. On this one, at least this one's like, yeah, this is why you got here. They're definitely trying to use like the surreal and like weird situations as a way to make you uncomfortable as a player. Alrighty then. I have to say, I love how you get into this room. It's like this weird fucking this art display of whatever's going on here, and there's just no sound or anything. So I mean, this is kind of like just a game thing. I love that the character, like, if he has this weapon out, he's moving super slowly. But since I put it back into my pockets, I can just move regular speed. I know it's like how video games works. There's something on the outside. Like, yeah. Put it in the back pocket, now I can just walk normally. Perhaps if we just get into the middle either. Can I investigate the dolls? Where these are? His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hung for a crime of thievery. Justice and revenge has been served. Oh, is this what happens to the people that were killed in the prison? I mean, I guess like all of this might be like just a nightmare James is having. Man was hanging for the kind of arson, just an revenge has been served. Like, I'm not sure how real and literal all of this is. Of murder, counterfeiting. Do you have to remember these? Swindling. Kidnapping. I don't think I will need to remember this, but I'll write it down just to be sure. This was kidnapping. Thievery. I'm never gonna be able to read what I'm writing down again. It's just kind of counterproductive. This weird just have nothing in here. It's just what makes me think that this is important for something later on. And last one was swindling. Okay. It might also just be there to serve the theme of the game. Like the theme of the place. Dead men swinging a tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and face gone grey. Watch them as they twist and sway. The first one killed the butcher man, then cooked him in a frying pan, served him to his hungry guest, and gave him seconds on request. One killed the butcher man and cooked him in a frying pan. So that would be murder, right? Yeah. The next one with his smile and sweet stole poor children off the streets. To men who dressed unsavory, he sold them into slavery. Kidnapping. Writing this down as well, just in case. Breaking into a home at night, the thief he had a nasty fright. Filled his foolish head with ale, woke in the morning in the county jail. Thievery? Third one. The artist with his stunning skill tried his hand at painting bills, but caught in the rain he was undone when the ink he used did start to run out. Counterfeiting. Number 4. With promises of great return, taking gold they did not earn, bundled up out of sight, quite they slipped off into the night. Swindling, I'm guessing. The house into ashes burned, the sheriff with no planes to turn. Did spur a stranger to his town, locked him up and beat him down, so that's arson. Number 6. Alright then. Dead men swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? 6 feet long and 6 men wide. Around their necks, the noose be tied. How to cut in for every single one. So I guess I need to pull them in the order of the rhyme. Number 3 was in this corner. Kidnapper. I'm kind of glad I took the time to write down the order of them. And this is a position. Then we have number 3 is thievery. It's right over here. This one's gonna be an annoying one if you have to redo it though, with how slow all of them are. So that was thievery, was number 3, so that's for counterfeiting. Swindling and lost the arson. This one is the top middle and then the bottom middle. I mean, like, this guy just gotta be kind of out of it as well. Like, imagine being like, I mean, yeah, he's running on like fucking Nightmare Place, but still, he's the one who's just like, oh yeah, just those six people with 6 corpses with writing on them. Let me just drag these news in the order they were listed in the poem that was on the wall. That makes sense, right? That was the order. Nothing seemed to happen. Just keep moving. What's this? Okay, so on the hand, right. So do you need to do this puzzle? I feel like I did it right, but nothing happened. Maybe something happened back in the other room? Something's changed at least. Key of the persecuted. The paper that was containing corpse's face is lying here. Okay. So I guess I did it right, it's just you had to go back to the other room. Which makes me a little bit worried about where that corpse wandered off to, but okay. Oh, okay, and this is one of those. For most part, he will just use the keys himself. There are a couple of places where, like, I'm guessing they feel like it's not there's a couple of places where they will just force you to actually use the key manually. It's fair enough. I don't see, at least in this section, how we could have gotten the key and not realize it's for the handcuffs. But sure. And now we're back down into the water. Wonderful. Okay, no ladders this time at least.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why?
Didn't even give Andres her knife back, so she couldn't have done this. It's not with her own knife. She could have found a different knife. Ah. I mean, physics a little bit messed up, but also her body seems to be perfectly fine. So where affected all the blood and stuff come from? Because I just kind of doubt she would have bled that much from just her face. Why are you back out here?
Threat detected. Security units moved into
Oh, we paid something up for the door in there. Oh, the door's open now. Hello, Double. Welcome in. And thank you for that raid. How are you doing? What were you up to? What were you playing tonight? And welcome to Wandering... Oh, Cringing with Cyberpunk. Okay. So, how are you feeling about that game? And welcome to wandering through weird, twisted, mazy tunnels. When we left the town behind and now in a nightmare's weird tunnel sequence. This one's pretty good, although the last bit... It's gone a little bit off the deep end right now. I'm going to... I have kind of literally no idea what's going on. There's a bunch of weird tunnels that I can't tell where the hell I'm going all the time, and it's definitely getting into a bit more of like the part where stuff is getting less real. I mean, the last save was called Labyrinth Hallway. Should, you know, tell you something about what there's like. No, we're in the catacombs, apparently. There's a couple of things that feels a little bit weird about this game. Like for a survival horror game, I have a surprisingly good amount of... Yeah, I've been dropping into some holes that way, yeah. A lot of them. But yeah, for a survival horror game, there's I have a surprising amount of healing items as well as ammunition. The only thing I'm even remotely low on is the hunting rifle. Just because that's the newest one I picked up. I gotta do something with those 3 holes here. Oh, never mind, one of them is open. I'm playing on normal difficulty. I didn't want to... Maybe I should have played on hard. Possibly. I didn't actually bother checking like what was the... like what people suggested online, which I maybe should have done. I usually like to check, like just do a quick online search, like what difficulty should I play this game on. Yeah, so far I think I would recommend playing this on hard. Yeah, that's what. Yes, stuff like that is what I was worried about as well. Like the bosses are already kind of weird. I mean, the first boss I just had to wait a long time, and then like fought what I think is the second boss right now. We just unload a bunch of shells into him and hope not to get grabbed in the tiny ass fucking room you're in. I think they work, at least the two that I've encountered so far work thematically. I'm not entirely sure how fun they are to fight. Then again, like, I don't feel like the bosses are maybe like the big part of the game. I was expecting more like a chasing thing from I keep calling him Pinhead. I was expecting more like a chasing sequence with Pyramid Head, like Mr. X in Resident Evil 2. I wasn't really looking forward to like the actual boss fights against them.
Eddie, what are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Yep, he is definitely holding it in. Yeah, he's doing fine.
Have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
How's it been Oh! He is pretty fucking quick for a fat guy, huh? How the fuck did you just take... How the fuck have you taken 4 of these rounds in you? Maybe it's... Oh. I understand how Pyramid Head feels, huh? Probably should save. Controller is rumbling pretty badly right now. Yeah, that's not good. Just pop another ampule? Yeah, sure, why not? Probably, I feel like it might have been better to use the pistol there. To be able to shoot quicker. So yeah, Eddie is doing perfectly fine. Definitely completely normal and keeping it together. Definitely not going off the deep end. I mean, to be fair, I can't really blame him going through all this shit.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look? After you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life? That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
I feel like this is like might be like important, like if you, there's something you can do to not kill him. Like deal with him in like a non-lethal way. Right with anything though. That's definitely not the way to deal with him. I don't know if I can deal with him in a non-lethal way. I don't feel like he would just run. I don't feel like he would just run off by himself if I didn't shoot him enough. Maybe if I just run around, he would just leave. We could try that. Put a pyramid head on him. This guy does shoot. Yeah, I feel like not on this first one. There's nowhere to hide like when he's shooting. But in the second section, we can definitely just like hide behind the pigs. Try to shoot. A little bit hard to tell if he's trying to shoot or not. It's not exactly cooperating. There we go. Let me beat some sense into you right there. This stick is fucking powerful. This steel pipe really is the way of the future, huh? I literally just got him into the corner and just held the button down. Is there something over here? No? Yeah, basically just stun him, yeah. I'm just trying to test a... I'm taking a bit of a beating, huh? I think I took a... Why am I down to 5? That's... Oh, fuck me. I think I picked up a bunch of stuff in the graveyard before I saved, or after I saved. It's not very quick, so it's not too problematic. There's a lot of controls to sort of keep track of. I swear I had... Oh, there's an ampule back here, right. I think that was the only thing that I had. Oh no, there's actually more here, okay. Yeah, let's maybe save after I loot the room. Yeah, I don't use the surfing much. The main reason I was using it there is just because I need to get like in behind, a little bit precision movement like behind the piece. It's definitely not something I use much. It's kind of it's also kind of just awkward to use. Like, I don't know how they would have made it better though. I mean, it's literally just a L1 and R1. I mean, I have mostly been playing it like I would Resident Evil. This round went a lot worse than the first one. Feeling all in your favorite games that teenagers is called retro. Okay, I wish I hadn't taken the shot. I wish I hadn't taken the shot to the face there. It didn't go as smooth as last time, but I mean, last time went exceptionally smooth as well. Yeah, when did this come out? Something this come on. It come out in the early 2000s, right? 2001, yeah. Yeah, I have a. I would say I think of this game as old, but like I'm not far behind. Like pretty much like anything like around like Half-Life 2 and Oblivion or later, in my head just recent, like a newish game. Like Bioshock, yeah, they came out just a couple of years ago. Looking up, I was like, oh, mid 2000s, okay, that's a bit further back than I thought, huh? Like Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, around 2010. Yeah, I completely lost track of time, like around mid 2000s-ish when it comes to games. I can actually hit these. I'm trying to think like if there is like good, if there is like, how could I possibly do this? without killing him. What I'm trying to figure out here. None of this. Okay, his punch is hurting me. Pretty fair chunk. I'm just wondering if there is some way just for this to run around for long enough, like maybe it runs out of bullets, perhaps, eventually. Having him shot in my face is definitely ideal. I didn't think I was spoken out there. No, I think I need to. Like this feels like this feels like sort of a point of like where you can like the good, like if you want like a good ending, you need to somehow avoid killing him. But I have no idea how I would do that. Like that's just what it feels like. Like, up until this point, you haven't killed a human yet. So killing this guy would be quite a bit of a turning point. I'll try to just beat him with like my pipe. I don't know if that really makes a difference. Like the pipe just. Pipe just feels less lethal, I guess. There we go. That's the way the cookie crumbles. How is my health actually? Full, okay. His really punches actually a lot of damage. Okay, I think I figured out a way-ish to do this. Not that way. up. I can't press the, I accidentally pressed the wrong button there. You know, there's like a way you can block in this game. I keep accidentally doing like a weak attack. Can you? Why are you doing the weak attacks? Drive me nuts. Can you stop it? Fuck me, this is getting on. I don't know why he suddenly was like, yeah, I'm just gonna hit him with the weak attacks. This doesn't stop him from hitting me back. A couple more tries. I don't know if we can really get him. I think the second area in like the with the pigs there, or I guess they're not technically pigs. I have a strong suspicion that those might be humans. It doesn't feel like you can stun lock him there, like you can do in the first room. Because there's too much space for him to move around. He just doesn't seem very willing to move into the corner. That's a shame, because the first phase went absolutely amazing. Okay. Good about that. I love how his AI was like right in to get the doors and just punched the on the way out 3 times. Right, so do not stand between him and the door. If he wants out, he gets really... When he wants out, he gets really mean. I'm not entirely sure how much lethal a steel pipe to the head like 50 times is than just a couple bullets. I feel like both are gonna do some pretty harm. Pretty long-lasting harm. It seems like if you can manage to like do the heavy attack and knock him out of his attack, he won't actually stop attacking until he gets a hit in. So if you just hold down the button, he'll just keep trying to run in and punch you. Except every time he tries to run in and punch you, he gets knocked out of it and pushed back. So what I need to manage to do here is to like get. I think if I manage to get him to abort his little attack run, I'll be able to see where he's fucking going as well. Oh, James, I fucking hate you! Oh no, never mind. That actually doesn't work that way, okay. I think it's time for a gun. He doesn't seem to have the same problem. He said I don't think they have the same problem in second phase. I'm gonna give it one more shot. Yeah, and then switch to the gun. It feels like the golden opportunity to use the hunting rifle, but the problem is I think it's gonna be too slow. Maybe if I actually use... Yeah, I think if I use blocking, that could actually work. So it doesn't help here, the camera's not cooperating at all. Could you maybe like look at... Once I actually wanted to look at the boss, because I need to see what the fuck the boss is up to, but no. Once it's live, the camera's actually like... I'm gonna actually show... Once it's live, the camera's actually being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna be nice and stay behind you. And one time I don't want it to stay behind me. Thank you, camera. The fact that game is running when the fuck it fades and just so now like, oh yeah, hey, we're just gonna run at the boss, shoot you while you can't see or do anything. That sounds like fun, right? This might be quicker, but really seem that way. Not smart, kid. I'm just. Oh, interesting. You can't actually. You can't actually sidestep when you're aiming with a rifle. Interesting.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being.
This is either it's either required to
A human being.
either this is like the start of a bad ending, or it's required.
Mary.
Well, he got over it quick.
Did you really die 3 years ago?
How did this dead kid remind you of Mary? Can I... Come on. Come on, we can take his... No? You don't want to take his gun? Okay. Guess I'm taking his gun then. Is anything else in the room I would noticed it along the way? Now for some reason the door can be opened. Sure. You put it down to the evil entity or whatever is occupying this town. Messing with the doors. All folks back. Yes, and I know where I think I know where I'm at. I feel... Oh, I was more hurt than I thought. Yeah, the boat launch, yeah. It's now down at the docks, wonderful. This is the way forward. Let's check over here. So, yeah, that's our first human being down. Like we got. Oh, I almost wish I managed to kill him with the big knife. Like we got Pyramid's Head's knife, and we kill a human being. We're definitely going places. That's a light in distance, isn't it? Oh. Robot. I knew I should have checked out the road outside of the historical society before going in there. I feel like it was too far from the first hole and back up the street level again to bother doing that for what was probably gonna be nothing. It's gonna be a blocked road. It's, oh well. I love it. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not. That's kind of cool. So because of the all the fog and everything, you can't actually see where you're at. That's kind of neat. I'm assuming I have to go towards lights. That did seem to be straight to the north from the docks as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's getting a bit. Yeah, it's getting a little bit higher up in the sky. Getting close-ish to it. I'm just gonna head straight on it. What could possibly go wrong? You know, crashing into whatever shores there. You know, I'm assuming the lighthouse is what I was aiming for. I don't know for sure though. Just the only landmark I could see through the fog. I do like that it let you as the player just figure that out yourself. Like instead of him going, I need to head to the lighthouse and follow the light or anything, something like that. You set out in the phone, it's like, well, there's only one way I can go. That I, you know, the one direction I can head in that where I know I'm actually heading in the same direction. Oh, we're at the hotel, okay. Didn't change at all in 3 years. Apparently. So, wait. So apparently 3 years ago, this town was just a completely normal resort town? Really? Okay, sure. This place definitely has... I say completely normal-ish at least. This place sure has gone to shit quite quickly, huh? I bet those giant sinkhole didn't appear overnight. Little Mermaid music box. Can we play that? Music box with figure from the fairy tale The Little Mermaid attached. Found at the garden fountain. I'll do this right now. Right now, okay. We're looking at anything over the... Yeah, I think we should safely just head inside. Got a velvet rope out and everything. Nice. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Oh! And a map straight away. Wonderful. Thank you. And apparently someone's waiting for me in 312. Wonderful. Tell up. Ah. I like that it's like for guests. Like, yeah. The hotel stuff probably has... There's probably some stuff, some areas on that. Why do I keep going to inventory now? Some areas on the map that are not, or some areas of the hotel that might not be mapped or marked that are just for employees. Like, you know, this old giant wing. Little basement there. This would actually been a perfect place to stop, like, right as we get into this place and can explore it properly. The problem is that I would need to find some place to save in here. I mean, we did save right before rowing across the lake, though. Yeah, I think this is a good place to call it for tonight. Let's have to row across the lake next time as well. It's not like it takes long. So yeah, still really enjoying this game. The whole underground sequence was like, it definitely was a little bit out there. Not necessarily in a bad way, just hard to, you know what's actually going on. Yeah, not sure when I'm definitely gonna be streaming next weekend. I hope to get some streams in during the week as well, to see how much how tired I am. Let's see who's online. Actually, is anyone Space Cats online? I haven't been hosting people from my team enough. I really should be doing that more. What I'm gonna drop you off with Flex. He was in here earlier. He's an awesome guy. Also, actually, let me just shout out. I got a couple of raids that I forgot to shout out while they were after they raided. Shout out to Braxton Wise, as well as Double Douche for being nice enough and lovely enough people to raid me. Yeah, last playing Mafia Theater, although he's done with that because it was bugged out. So I'm not sure what he's gonna be playing next. Yes, and Cyberpunk. So yeah, raid. Dropping all of it. Flex Retro is currently playing some HD version of Skyward Sword for the first time. So yeah, have a good night, everyone.